We are still in the group stage of this tournament, but that's the last thing we're going to be doing today, which is after these 2 matches, we're going to have our upper bracket teams and our lower bracket teams, and then we'll be off to the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, it is, the playoffs is where you want to be, and in specific, you want to be in the upper brackets, and that's what or rather all 4 of these teams will be vying for, right? The first Group A match will be between Paper Tigers versus TpaBoTeam. Group B will be between Nigma Galaxy and Team Phoenix. And Optimo, just to get your predictions, you have seen all of these teams. Who do you think might be coming out ahead? But I'll wait for your, for you to give us the predictions. What have you made of the tournament so far? We see the standings before us. Any unexpected journey by any team so far?
I think it's really hard to tell who was going to win it and who wasn't, because, a lot of these are like huge former players. Some of them haven't played for a while. Some of them have moved to coaching. Some of them only play pubs. So when I came in, I was like, I'm not sure. Like, I didn't have any expectations. But this is going to be the 3rd stage day of the group stage, which, as we mentioned, decides who goes upper bracket, who goes lower bracket. The difference between them, of course, the upper bracket gives you 2 chances. If you lose a match, it's okay. You go lower bracket, but if you started lower bracket, you only got 1 defeat, and that sends you home, which is it's not a lot.
And the first day of the tournament did have, didn't have any games going pretty far. I believe you had quite a few stomps coming into it, but as time went on, the second and the third games had quite a few long-winded games. We had 2-1s coming about in full best of 3s. I was personally pretty excited for that. What do you think is the outcome going to be between Paper Tigers and TpaBoTeam?
I feel like I'm going to be leaning towards TpaBoTeam more than Paper Tigers. They have DK Fogos, they have Immersion. It seems like their players are quite active as well. I believe, I want Paper Tigers to win, but, TpaBoTeam is, on paper at least, the odds-on favorite for me.
And it is surprising, right? Now, sure, you have TpaBoTeam coming in with players who are still currently in the scene, whether they're in the tier 2 to tier 3 circuits, or even just as streamers like DK Focus and Immersion. But over on the other side, Paper Tigers, you have 7E, who is technically a tier 1 player, because he was playing with tier elements back in the Blast Slam 5, and he was also in the close qualifiers. Tier Elements made an upper bracket run. They faced off against Roar Gaming in a best of 5 where they won 3-2, and so he did come in with that big experience. It's surprising that Paper Tigers, with that tier 1 experience, they're still trying to make it through, and they won't be qualifying from the get-go. They haven't been able to defeat the rest of their teams. But again, all of these players, they're very recognizable. Another surprise for me was the fact that Burning, who we all remember, the legendary position 1 player, the player that defined the meta for so long, he's going to be switched off to the position 5 role.
I like that, because every time I watch him in the lane, and can you imagine being the carry player and Burning is your lane partner, and you miss 1 CS in front of him, and he's like, like that would never happen if I was playing carry. You're like, I'm sorry. But Burning hasn't played competitive, I believe, in something like 10 years or something. I remember when he was part of Team DK, it was a legendary roster, but since then, he has, not been as involved in the game. Maybe he's involved as a caster. Maybe he feels like he'll have more impact as a support.
Meanwhile, for TpaBoTeam, I have been very impressed by what DK Focus has been able to do in the offlane. They've also been, kind of having their fun with this for some of the less experienced teams out there by picking up a budge on their offlane consistently. Has been a pretty good performance. TpaBoMa is the player on display, and you can already see his run so far in Games of the Future. 37 kills, 50 assists, and they like to have their fun with it, because he also has 25 deaths.
I was like that is a lot of deaths. That is a lot of deaths in just 4 games. 25. It's pretty insane. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. I like the shirt. I was like, that's a nice shirt he's got there. We're at an interesting point, because we just got a patch a few hours ago, so it becomes kind of less useful to have data on the teams. You can be like, oh yeah, this guy who is a huge Medusa player. Now, like, is Medusa even good this patch? We don't even know. The players are probably just still figuring it out. But that's what makes it fun. As we are straight away going into the ban phase. We have a new ban phase now, don't we, Toltras?
Oh yeah, they have changed it. Although, since the picks don't change, I'm still not certain how much this new ban phase is going to change things up. I suppose it's going to be dictated by what happens in the other tier 1 circuits out there. Maybe once teams have had some time to practice and analyze things a little bit. I expect that the first day after a patch doesn't really change too much. Maybe both of these teams will be picking up things the same way, because the patch happened at around midnight. It wasn't even in the morning. I was asleep and I woke up to the patch.
I think the thing that changed is that now the person who has the pick, you don't get to ban then instantly pick. You ban and the other team picks. That's the difference. Whereas in the first phase, it used to be that you have the last ban and then you pick. Now it's like, no, one team has the last ban, then the other team picks. Same thing with the third phase. That's, I think, is the biggest difference.
What do you think are going to be some of the picks coming out here? In specific, the first picks, because that's usually throughout this tournament, the more experienced teams, they've been going for flex picks. So is there any hero in particular that you think will stand out in the current patch that is, first pick material for either side?
I don't know if it's first pick material, but I would love to see Trained Protector. I was looking at reading the notes. I was like, this looks like he could be the new offlaner on the block with some of the changes. So I'd like to see Trained Protector. There's always two ideas when a patch comes out. It's let's experiment, let's pick all the crazy stuff, and there's hey, let's stick to what was strong, right? Let's start with something else.
It does seem like the offlane will have a lot more viable, or rather a lot more diverse hero pool, because even heroes like Lone Druid with the Spirit Bear now becoming a kind of a hero. Literally in the patch notes, it had a hero question mark written beside it, right? And all of the things about the Lone Druid has now changed. He now has a neutral item on the Spirit Bear, which has a separate cooldown timer. The Slark now can trade in the lane really well. So I think a lot of the spotlight will be for the offlane. But TpaBoTeam, they come out with a Warlock. This has been a pick that is first pick in this tournament specifically quite a bit. But I would like to point out that I don't think it's had the kind of success that compared to how much teams are emphasizing this pick.
Yeah, and he also got nerfed. Slightly longer cooldown his ultimate, 5 seconds. He doesn't get the golem on death at 20. He gets it at 25 now. Like, there is quite a bit of, I feel like, nerfs to this hero that makes him, I don't know, not sure that why they're starting with him. Meanwhile, the other side, they take the Tusk. I don't believe there have been any changes to the Tusk. No, there have been. Walrus Punch, slightly more damage, but Snowball, slightly smaller gather radiance.
I would say that they're minor changes, though, right? It's kind of those changes, I believe, that are filler changes. When a hero receives +1 to their intelligence in a patch note, because this gather radius, Walrus Punch increased damage by literally just 10. But I think the Warlock's changes that you pointed out are a lot more significant, in particular the Golem. And I think that a lot of teams are emphasizing the Warlock pick because of his ability. Once you get that level 6, you just drop down that Chaotic Offering and you use that as a pushing mechanism. Even though I personally think that there are a lot other heroes that can do that, like the Bugna or even the Shadow Shaman, by just dropping that massive Serpent Ward. But let's see. Bans, though, they're a lot similar to what we had before the patch.
I want to go back to one of the things you're talking about when you say Tusk, the changes are filler. I think 10 damage at level 6 is a big deal, because remember, it's that's bonus damage you add to your damage and you multiply it by the crit modifier. So it goes up to like 35 damage or something like that, because level 1 it's like 350%. So I think it adds
heroes
up.
are squishy in the early game.
So
especially supports.
Yeah, that 35 damage, it could matter a lot. It's like an extra auto attack. So I think the Tusk damage for the crit is a big deal overall. Not a big deal, just a big deal.
Could be a difference maker for sure, because we're in a game where 10 HP. We have seen a lot of situations where 10 HP has made the difference between a hero's survival and their death. But let's see what the core picks will be, because I think nearly every hero has received a change. Dragon Knight being picked up by Paper Tigers. The Chinese teams in this tournament certainly seem to favor the Dragon Knight quite a bit.
Another hero that received some. Both of these heroes, okay, we got a lot of nerfed heroes being picked. So Dragon Knight, if I'm not mistaken, his ultimate provides a lot less damage than before.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a factor for the hero. Let me see. Yes, less agility, less damage from his ultimate. Pretty significant, by the way. At level 1, it's the same, but then it goes 10, 20, and 30 less if you with the Axe Scepter. So quite a bit of hits. Venom also is a bit weaker. His Plague Wards from the Facet do 75% damage rather than 100. So he's also quite a bit hurt.
Meanwhile, the Willow is one of such heroes that has actually been buffed because the Terrorized return speed has increased. The Curse Crown stun duration has been increased by a significant margin, 1.2 to 1.5 seconds.
Yep.
I wonder though if we might potentially see a Slark come out by Trava because they have a Dragon Knight against them, and while Slark was weaker against the Dragon Knight pre-patch, now the Slark can actually steal or rather reduce HP regeneration by every stack he builds up.
It does seem like right now the teams are sticking to what was strong before. And here's another cool thing about TpaBoTeam. This is going to be a Venomancer core because they have a Warlock, Veno, and Dark Willow. So Venomancer is probably going to go off lane in some way. It could be mid. They definitely need some frontliners at the moment because they're kind of squishy. You know, especially like the Veno, Dark Willow. These are very easy heroes to bring down.
Especially against the kind of heroes that Paper Tigers are bringing in. The Abaddon, Dragon Knight, very difficult to take down. Sure, the Venomancer is traditionally a hero that has so much, just poison and toxicity to take down those strength-based cores. But the Abaddon comes in with a hard dispel. And the Borrowed Time also creates a dispel for the Abaddon himself. So that is a pretty good hero against the kind of lineup that TpaBoTeam are bringing in. So they certainly do need to add some meat to their lineup. But who do you think they should pick just for that particular objective?
Maybe an Ursa? That could be an option they could go for. I know the hero got nerfed, but you need... Like, he's not as good as he used to be at frontlining, but you need something like that. If they're thinking of an offlaner, they might take Tidehunter. I think that hero got a decent buff. I know he's got to receive some changes. So Tidehunter... Oh, there you go. We talk about some big meaty boy, and we got the meatiest of them all.
Yeah, it's a DK Focus coming out with his Pudge. He has played out of his mind with this hero, but can he do it here again against Paper Tigers? That's my big question. Not to mention, is this even a good Pudge game, Automo? Because who do you hook? If you somehow grab up the Abaddon, that's his favorite position to be in. He wants to charge in at you. The dust can snowball away. Pugna has a Decrepified plant on himself. Sure, he's going to end up getting hit by the Dismember, but you don't want to be hooking a support. You want to be hooking a core in. So this doesn't seem like a good Pudge game.
You might not want him for the hooks. You might just need him as the body. So I don't know if I fully agree also with who you hook. Anyone you hook and you can kill is a good hook in my book. You know, it's like the best enemy is a dead enemy.
Yeah, that's an apt way to put it. And they have some decent follow-up. Bedlam, Golem, Chaotic Offering to stun up the backline. Venomancer can dish out his poison. It's good, but it's also not a lot of burst. I think they do need some burst damage going into their lineup. Meanwhile, Paper Tigers do have that hard dispel against the Pudge's Dismember. So it does seem a bit of back and forth. Paper Tigers certainly do have answers.
The benefit of the Pudge, by the way, is that the Axe Scepter is pretty good. You're up against a lot of high regen heroes or healing from the Pugna. As we mentioned, like, I don't know, of course, if you use Mist Coil, but if you can reduce the healing from Paper Tigers, Pudge is a good option. Can get a Shiva's Guard. It's solid. It's solid.
Yeah, the healing reduction is amazing this game. Against the Abaddon, Pugna, Dragon Knight, all three of those heroes have that high regeneration. And if you get to the point of the Shiva's Guard, then you can take Paper Tigers down without adding in any kind of necessary high physical DPS, so to say. But Paper Tigers, how are they going to close out their lineup? It seems like I have seen the Viper banned out by the Chinese teams every single game this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to deal with the break, right? Break against Abaddon with the silence means he can't ulti. Same thing with the Dragon Knight. If he gets broken, it's a lot of his durability gone. So there might, and it's a strong laner, of course. Viper Veno. Oh, now,
Viper Menopause, you know, it's just death, decay all over.
Now, what are we going to be looking for here in terms of last picks for TpaBoTeam? Could be any core role, right? Because Pudge and Veno, you can be like, where are we going to put these? They could be the Pudge 1 in the Veno mid, or the Pudge mid in the Veno off lane. So it's very flexible draft for them. Same thing for Paper Tigers, as Abaddon, DK can definitely go 1, 2, 3 on each of those heroes.
I would prefer if Paper Tigers played a DK mid and into a carry Abaddon, just because I think otherwise I have never personally been a fan of the offlane Abaddon. I just think it's too greedy. Even the carry Abaddon feels a bit greedy against the kind of lineup TpaBoTeam are bringing in. I mean, certainly if you want to farm up for your Radiance, you're going to be vulnerable for the first 16 to 17 minutes, all the while your Pug now wants to start pushing out towers, and your Dragon Knight once he has his Dragon form. So, but certainly they have the diversity in their lineup. They can choose to play it in a number of ways. I don't think the Lone Druid is too bad of a pick for TpaBoTeam. But
that's not bad. I wonder if they want to go for something like a Puck, because I'm looking at the two sides. There's not a whole lot of lockdown for a Puck or like an Ember, something like that, because it just... I want something very elusive right now for Paper Tigers. A Puck or a Spirit. They go for the call. Oh, yes.
That is so the Spirit.
Yes.
You know, when he activates the ultimate.
He's in Spirit form. He is one of the four... They're not... What are they called? Are they the Elementals? They're something of the Forces. So 7E is going to be playing it. Very nice. I'm glad to see it.
His damage has been increased from the blinding light. Chakra magic restore has been increased. The Will-O-Wisp does more damage. Overall buffs all around for the Keeper of the Light. But what do you make of Bashka's Kez against this Abaddon? Do you think that matchup favors him?
Not really. You know, usually as Kez, you want to be able to burst people down, and you're not going to be able to do that against an Abaddon, against a Dragon Knight. The mischance from 7E is going to be very annoying because all of Kez's damage is from his physical right-clicking. So that's going to be a problem. There's Decrepify. I gotta say, I think Paper Tigers come out with a much better draft in this one.
I think they can certainly out-sustain TpaBoTeam for sure. I think if CTY, if you don't have a way to take this Abaddon down, then he will be taking multiple heroes of you down. And not to mention, I think Paper Tigers have better control. Now, both sides do lack in that damage, or rather, sorry, the disables. But I think with the slows coming in from the Keeper of the Light and their ability to chase you down and close in the gap with their Snowball, with their Decrepify, with the Dragon Knight who naturally have that Blink Dagger, I think they have reliable ways to get on top of TpaBoTeam and take them down. But what do you think is the win condition for TpaBoTeam?
TpaBoTeam's got to find some way to not fall into the CTY power spike with Radiance. Because you are up against Pugna, Abaddon, Dragon Knight. These three heroes can push very fast. They are usually going to power spike around that 15 minutes mark with Abaddon. You gotta try to be careful at that point. Put the Venomancer with Plague Wars, have the Dark Willow terrorize, whatever you can to delay that push that's going to come at 15 minutes.
TpaBoTeam, they are going to be walking up into Paper Tigers. OP is there. Bashka will be the first point of contact. Tag team enabled. The Dragon Tail comes out, but OP, he's taking in too much damage. He's going to be the first one to fall. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight freeze is falling pretty low, but he'll be able to tuck himself behind for safety for at least a little while. All the meanwhile, it is TpaBoTeam who will end up collapsing. BZZ is the only one who's able to make it out alive, and it's not even a guarantee if he can make it back to his tier 1 tower, because CTY has the shield and could have chased him down, but they will settle for the 4 heroes that they did end up coming out ahead for.
The only good news is that TpaBoTeam were able to get the actual first blood kill, but it's a 4-for-2 trade. Everyone on Paper Tigers is, look at their levels, halfway to level 2 already. Oh,
that's certainly going to, the Keeper of the Light wants a Snowball, and that will definitely help him.
Yes, that's a very bad start for TpaBoTeam. You know, we were just talking about paper tigers, that 15-minute power spike. Now it could come even sooner. Could be at 12, 13 minutes as OP. Just takes an echo slash, for fun.
He is slippery, the toss, despite of he's made of ice. BCC is the only one who made out alive, so he actually got a lot of that experience. I suppose that's one way to look at it. How exactly is this Venomancer supposed to fare against the Keeper of the Light? This isn't exactly a matchup we're too used to seeing.
I think that the Keeper of the Light never struggles, by the way. No matter what he lanes against, you can always just go back, throw Illuminate, you're always happy. So it's more like, what can the Venomancer do? He can't really do anything to the Keeper of the Light. I'm favoring Call quite a bit for 7E in this one.
What about this bot lane? Because normally the Pudge wants to snowball, but now you're going into a lane where you do not have much experience. It's CTY with an Aphotic Shield. Even the Pugna can actually fight back against you because of his high base attack damage. And even towards that top side, you have a tag team. It does seem like Paper Tigers have really strong lanes here.
I agree. I'd say that top lane, it's like, yeah, you have the Warlock for sustain, but it's still very annoying. Oh, 7E actually takes a Plague Ward. Not Plague Ward, sorry. A Venomous Gale. That's unexpected.
And he has a slow to throw out, right? Venomancer's biggest strength is the Gale to instantly slow someone down, but then the Chakra Magic from the Keeper of the Light will slow the other target down. Meanwhile, CTY almost falling really low. DK Focus could have gone for the chase, but he's still just level 1, so how can he chase?
It's early, but it's not. It's very tough for them in the bottom lane. However, if you can hook the Pugna, I think you can bring him down. Even the shield won't have too much of an impact. As Immersion,
he has the Shadow Realm. He's looking to turn it around. Burning is actually going to get rooted and hooked in, but the Aphotic Shield does come out. Will it be enough? It will not. CTY now has used the shield, so Immersion will end up with a double kill. TpaBoTeam coming out with a great response.
You just hooked the Pugna. It's the big equalizer. Oh, the lane's a bit hard. Yes, we can't really jump the Abaddon. We kill the Pugna with a hook. He's very low health. You throw a couple of brambles on top. Where is he going to go after? So a very nice sort of recovery from TpaBoTeam in the bottom lane.
Certainly really needed. That is going to let off a bit of the pressure, or kind of a lot of the pressure, because that is the one lane, I suppose, for TpaBoTeam that you really want going well. The lane with the Pudge. Meanwhile, the Keds will just continue on farming. Do you think that the Radiance is an item that CTY should go for, considering the Radiance now no longer has that mischance on your opponents?
It's definitely weaker. Before you had 30% evasion, 15 of it for your allies and 30 on yourself. Now it's just 25 on yourself. So it's certainly not as good as before. But it accelerates your farm, it's damage against the enemy team. You still want it for your Abaddon. There's just no other farming accelerator for this hero.
Perhaps we could go back to the days of the Mjolnir for the Abaddon, or maybe, he joins the Battle Fury League.
I was thinking of that as I was saying. I was like, "What is this hero Battle Fury capable? Maybe he is." But Radiance. It's such a staple part of the hero. We don't want to change that.
DK Focus certainly seems to have found his stride in this lane. He is actually even ahead of CTY in terms of lost hits. In fact, the Keeper of the Light is the only one doing really well in terms of lost hits. 32 compared to the 21 of the Venomancer. He's actually doing quite well, but like you mentioned, it's hard to win the lane against the Keeper of the Light. He has a literal spell that can clear out an entire creep wave.
And it could be that some of the Keeper of the Light kills are from the Plague Wards, some of these creep CS. So I don't think that they're actually spamming it in the lane for the Venomancer, but it's good, it's a possibility that he has a few CS just from those Plague Wards. As he is going to go for Spirit Vessel for 7E. Now, reminder, this was... Oh, CTY, I think he's dead.
He might just be dead. He does have the shield coming back up, so he will be able to plant it on himself. Meanwhile, the teleportations come in. 7E does find the slow on towards DK Focus, and he has 4 heroes on top of him, and there's no real way for this Pudge to escape. That will just be a quick kill being found by 7E. A nice rotation on towards TpaBoTeam.
It also gets him a couple of those earn charges that he needs. As we mentioned, there is a new change. The Spirit Vessel earn is that 2 urns can get charges, and a vessel and urn can also get charges, which makes it much better in pubs. You know, you look at you like, oh shit, we have 2 urns. Oh, now it's like, oh yeah, we have 2 urns. Woohoo!
And sometimes it's not even to the point where you have 2 urns, right? Sometimes it's when you see someone else building an urn and you're like, please don't make it, I'm closer to my urn, and they're like, no, now we will both have urns, deal with it.
You know, you've got like the Sage Mask, the Circlet, you're looking at it, you're like, alright, this is gonna be a good timing. Someone else just bought 3 components, and oh, the regret, the feeling.
Oh, another hook. It's on the catapult though. Does not want to plant it down on burning. I think the chance for DK Focus to get a solo kill is pretty low because his supports have moved out of that lane. It's towards that mid side. OP is in trouble. Immersion is there with the maze as the snowball is going to go on towards Traboma, but he is ready. And I think with 3 heroes on top of OP, this is going to be a dead tusk. It's the mid laner from TpaBoTeam that ends up getting the kill.
Luckily, though, they were able to bring the Warlock in time, so he does get that extra book stack. Always good. Who wants to read a book that's only 1 page long? You know, a nice big thick book, right? Doctor?
That would be the only book I would be willing to read. I have read too many books in my life now, Otimo. It's you know a medical book, you would know, right? You've seen medical books probably in your home. They're 600, 700 pages, and then there are 12 of them. Meanwhile, Bashka, topside, Kez in danger, no support arriving. He is isolated, so he'll just try to go for a TP, and with no Dragon Tail, he'll be able to make it out. At the same time, bot side, it's Immersion held into place. Tag team just does so much damage.
The top attempt on Bashko is interesting because they used Dragon Tail when he was right out of Illumination, which means he didn't take any Illumination damage, but then they don't have a way to also stop him from TPing. So very nice move by Bashka, recognizing that as DK Fogos, that new Wisdom Shrine area. We like it. We like it a lot.
Yeah, it's and although I'm not sure if that's a good idea to hook someone into, he's still going to try. CTY will just be able to sidestep it. Or I suppose he was always going to miss the hook in the first place. It's a near 2,000 lead up for Paper Tigers. Bashka is doing a pretty good job just going solo against the Dragon Knight, is even in terms of lost hits. But I wonder, Otimo, if this doesn't actually favor Paper Tigers because they're essentially playing with 2 carries on their side lanes.
Yep. That's what I think as well. It's like even once the Abaddon falls off, the DK is always strong. And Kez is like, he's ultra late gamers. Oh, there, found him. Hi, Venno.
He was trying to hide inside of that little cave there.
Sneaky.
But BZZ does come in with the chaotic offering, but 7E just wipes Traboma off the map. And the Warlock is going to be the second one to fall for TpaBoTeam. I really think they should be getting back this Dismember play from DK Focus. I don't think it's going to do what he intends. Burning has the Aquatic Shield, as CTY will come in for a quick return kill. And it's 3 heroes down now for Travo.
I'll say it again. I still think the TpaBoTeam might have the better players, or like the ones more likely to win. Let's just go with that. Not better, but you know, maybe more involved. But the draft from Paper Tigers is so good. You know, you have saves, Decrepify, a heal from multiple heroes, a shield. Like, it's such a good draft. They lack a little bit of control for sure, but it's still very good. On the other side, mid Veno's not working out. Off lane Pudge is okay, but kind of risky. It's just a draft difference at the moment.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like there are, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, if there are any, you know, near power spikes that TpaBoTeam can achieve to close that draft differential.
Yep, I would say the same. It's like, yeah, your draft is weaker, but can you get any items? Can you make any moves? Doesn't seem like it because your pushing power is also limited. And there goes, well, a kill for OP at least.
On towards BZZ. And the topside tower, first dragon form of the game, Burning is here with the level 3 Nether Blast as well. And they also see Bashka. He was farming up the ancient camp. Now, I don't think OP can stop him, but you do have the Keeper of the Light coming in. There's the slow Bashka. cannot actually move, has the invisibility though, so he can just shadow walk out of there, but that will actually leave their tower to fall, so it's not exactly a win-win, it's damage control at best.
Exactly. Well, I mean, at least your others, so you know, the rest of the team is farming up, which is nice, but it doesn't really matter because Bashka is your win condition. Bashka is the only real late game option that you have. So when he's struggling, you're thinking, oh, that's not good.
I wonder if both teams, you know, decided, you know, it's a pretty long patch, so we're not going to look at the patch at all. Meanwhile, it's the Abaddon. Ooh, nice dismember. He actually couldn't skill, or no, rather, no, his borrow time was on cooldown.
Yes, it was already used about 40 seconds before, and then he just loses his life. Finally,
could be pretty good if they find a tower.
Yeah, it's a pretty good push. You got the catapults, you got a few creeps here, you got 3 heroes. TpaBoTeam equalizing a lot with that kill.
They still have to make up for 2,000 net worth, but you know, like you mentioned earlier, a lot of heroes farming across the map, even if Paper Tigers get one objective, and we will have a smoke coming out. 7E could potentially be in danger. Now both sides do have that lack of control, but maybe they can actually close the distance here. 7E, immersion. They are going to share each other. The maze is going to catch him. The Gale comes out and he is a goner despite of the life drain. Burning simply cannot save his ally. In fact, he can't even save himself.
Double kill for immersion. Pretty hefty amount of gold. I'm looking at the assist gold. It's looking a bit low. I think that the assist gold was nerfed this patch. You know, I was like, they're only getting like 140 split among 2 players. That's like 70.
You know, even without a contest, I would assume your maths is better than mine. So I will trust you on that.
It just looks like it's a bit lower than before. That's all. Okay.
Troublema? He is in trouble. Chaotic Offering is actually going to whiff, not catch anyone. There goes the Walrus Punch, and Troublema is in trouble. He is slowed down. No choice but to fight back. OP is taking in quite a bit of damage, and Illuminate is not enough to take Troublema down. It has to be Burning's Nether Blast. He does the trick. As TpaBoTeam, despite of that little counter initiation, despite of the support, it wasn't enough to counter out anything.
The Golem missed everyone. Which is rare, right? Usually when you throw a golem, you hit 1 or 2, but it's kind of crazy because earlier today I was playing a game where the Warlock also missed the golem when we had 3 people. I was alright, that's ambitious.
Yeah,
very bold.
There's CTY with the borrow times now up, so. And there's a counter rotation. It's a mind game. It's the punch threw out the hook to force this rotation, and you know he just backs off inside of his tower, so this space created.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, no, never mind. Freeze has the big dagger. That's something that he did not expect. DK Focus, he's gonna go all in for the hook. Actually, a nice trade, or rather damage control again, because all they really found was a Tusk. And it comes at a cost. Paper Tigers will just convert this to a tier 1 tower.
I like how you were all like, okay, Otomo, let me explain it to you. This is a mind game, alright? He's hooking the Abaddon to force rotations, like, yes, I see that. And then what's he doing now? He's forcing them to be more confident with the death. I'm like, yes, okay. What happens when he gives them the throne? What's he doing there?
It's the mind game. He wants them to feel overconfident because they're 1 game up. You know, that's where you want your opponents to be. But I'm sure he didn't expect 5 heroes on top of them, you know, Paper Tigers. And this is the thing about, you know, the first day of the tournament, we had the teams from China, Legends Rebooted and Paper Tigers, play a bit too slow. And I have seen a lot of adaptation from both of those 2 Chinese teams, as well as Team Phoenix, who are now playing a lot quicker, matching the pace of these European squads, and are able to put up quite a bit of performance as a result.
No, it's you get more comfortable. The people you're working with, you're spending more time with them. You know, plans are coming out. Definitely feel like teams will accelerate as they play. Today might be different because of the new patch. It's like, okay, we're getting more comfortable, and now we're like not confused, but we're figuring things out again. All right, smoke up.
What do you think about Freeze going for a Mage Slayer?
It's pretty good. You're right. Like reduces all the damage from the Veno, reduces the damage from the Pudge. Like there's a lot of value to the Mage Slayer. I think it's a good item overall. And remember we talked about the 15-minute Radiance timer. It's here.
Freeze, well, his Mage Slayer might just get delayed though. That's one timer.
Big heal.
That won't come out in time. The Gale does get thrown out, but the question is, does Paper Tiger still want to stick here and fight against the 5 of
yes.
TpaBoTeam? They want to go in with the snowball, so they have decided this time around the chaotic offering from BZZ catches the 3. Is there enough chase potential? TpaFocus is wrapping around, throws out the hook, and actually finds 7E. And that Keeper of the Light, the Burning does throw out the life drain to keep him safe. Meanwhile, CTY and Burning were able to take out the Venomancer and now are chasing after TpaFocus, but CTY does not have his borrowed time, so does have to be careful. Immersion does fall, and I think finally both teams will decide to call it quits, but another hook coming out by TpaFocus. It's on that Abaddon, and CTY is a goner. TpaFocus coming in as a difference maker.
You're done.
The hooks. The hooks are insane. And CTY, I was looking, I was like, oh, you don't have much life, buddy. You sure you want to do this? But he hung around, gets hooked, loses his life. The Radiance actually was very impactful throughout that time, you know, burning everyone. But they lost the Tusk and the Dragon Knight very early. So it was a 3 versus 5 for most of the fight.
And, I mean, TpaBoTeam are doing a great job at holding him back. Sure, they've lost their tier 1 towers, but they're now doing a good job. Meanwhile, Free is coming in for a bit of revenge on towards BCZ, who does have the Pavis, but cannot survive against the Breath of Fire. And now Freeze will receive the Force Staff on towards his high ground. Another hook narrowly missing by TpaFocus, as even Troublema will be safe across of the shards.
Did you see how far that Illuminate traveled? I'm looking at like, do you have an Aether Lens or something? That is insane. Alright, Paper Tigers. First use of the Radiance in a team fight. Not 100% effective, but they are still in a good, strong spot with their farm DK, Abaddon, and Pugna for pushes. And Salt sustained from the Coddle. I would say this is still the most dangerous time of the game for TpaBoTeam.
Yeah, in specific, once you have that 40% reduction of spell damage, right? It's only a matter of time. Freeze just needs about 70 gold for it. That will reduce the Rot, the Venomancer, and, you know, a lot of the spells that TpaBoTeam are currently succeeding with. Does it reduce the reflection damage from the Blade Mill?
I don't think so, because I think it's based on your basic spell damage. I don't know if that counts as a spell. That's a good question, but I'd say no, most likely. Hook.
Well, that's an easy enough hook to land. Set up by Immersion on towards Freeze, the Terrorize to stop the life drain, but the counter initiative still comes in. It's the cavalry that has arrived from Paper Tigers, as TpaFocus will not be allowed to teleport away. It is going to be Freeze who will be able to take TpaFocus out along with CTY.
The squad, you know, you mentioned it in the draft, and we want to reiterate, there is very little burst damage on TpaBoTeam. Bashka is sort of it, and if he's not around, that's going to be a problem for them.
A lot of Bashka's damage is also nerfed, by the way. There's quite a lot of changes to the Kez.
Yes.
His value isn't as high. I wouldn't be surprised if teams shy away from picking up the Kez for the remainder of, you know, the other tournaments that are going on. But it seems like TpaBoTeam want to go in for it. 7E, meanwhile, he is going to get hit by the Plague. Is able to create a bit of distance, and TpaBoTeam don't actually have their pulse, so there's no way to actually capture the Keeper of the Light.
I was wondering, actually, if Kez is stronger or not, because I know that he received a lot of number changes, and I looked at it, I was like, okay, this is too long. I'll let my good friend Tultris, who likes to read big, thick books,
I actually love that for you too.
You know, after you tell me about Kez, please tell me all the changes that happened to Brewmaster, because that was also quite a thick one.
Oh man. Well, I mean, we did have a Brewmaster picked up a few days ago. I think in day number 1 didn't have much success, but we might actually see a resurgence of the Brewmaster. I love how there are a lot of different heroes that are viable now, though. That is at least the one thing that I like about the patch. But right now, Bashka almost does have that Aghanim Scepter, so he will have the full arsenal available to use.
And I'm hoping that that's what we have, a more diverse hero pool. Early of the patch, it always is more diverse, but later on, people are like, "Oh yeah, this hero is like insane. This is the best hero in Dota right now," and everyone just starts picking that one hero. We'll see what it's going to be. As TpaBoTeam, they've done a very good job of not, losing more of the map, not losing more of a gold lead. It's just been negative 2,000. That's wait, fight, good hook.
Good hook to save the Willow, but he is a bit trapped there. Now, they don't actually know he's trapped. He'll be able to teleport away. And I think both teams should disengage because they have a lot of information on the other. Paper Tigers will make their way towards that Tormentor. Do they want to take the Tormentor in front of TpaBoTeam? This could end up being risky. They will be able to take the Tormentor down as Bashka continues to wrap around, but he can't be the first one of contact, or can he? Immersion will throw out the Terrorize. It actually catches everyone from Paper Tigers. It's Freeze who is going to get caught once again, and the Dragon Knight cannot fight back. 7E sent up into the air, and as he comes down, he will be taken care of. Only the Abaddon can make it out of that fight.
That was an incredible Terrorize. They were also in one of the most narrow places in the map in those steps, so the Echo Slash was just perfect. Oh dear. Paper Tigers, that was the scariest time of the game for them. Now, to be fair, the Dragon Knight can continue to scale, but the Abaddon not so much. I think that Kez could emerge as the strongest hero on the map very soon.
That was a very brave way to take the Tormentor as well. Right as you disengage from a team fight, right as you saw several heroes, perhaps even everyone from TpaBoTeam right there in that very location. Perhaps they were afraid that if they disengaged, they would have given the Tormentor to TpaBo and they just wanted to secure it for themselves.
Yep. Might not have been the most... might not have been the safest decision in that situation. Now, in the meantime, TpaBoTeam has taken the lead for the first time this game, and that's scary. Because while we're not completely sure about the damage from Kez, Dr. Tultris is still reading the case. He's still Kez. He's still a pretty heavy damage dealer.
Yeah, but the Kez always, there does seem to be a certain point in the game where Kez goes from being unkillable to very killable, and it happens so quick. I'm wondering if Paper Tigers will come to that inflection point. But at the same time, Paper Tigers are playing with a mid-game lineup that has started to scale off because they've now lost that, blundered that in their entire lineup in that Tormentor location.
I'm excited to see what the Venomaster is going to do. He's going for Manta style, which I believe the illusions benefit from the Septic thingy facet.
Septic Shock?
Septic Shock, thank you very much. Yeah. So I'm excited to see what he does with it. Abaddon has a Manta style, but whatever.
Great hook. There was an observer ward, so he had a bit of information going his way, but good hook nonetheless, and Burning can't do a single thing about this. In fact, Burning's going to be a target too for TpaBoTeam. No rotations coming out by Paper Tigers. They will simply leave their Burning for dead.
Oh, it's falling apart, buddy. This is not good. Very not good things are happening right now for Paper Tigers.
And without their Keeper of the Light, without their Pugna, they have no counter push. They have 3 melee heroes when those two aren't alive. So they can't actually defend their tier 2 tower.
The one benefit is that at least TpaBoTeam's push isn't very impressive, and they will probably get a Venomaster out of this.
Yeah, it's a neat return kill. I wonder if it's enough, though, because the Venomancer at this point has hit critical mass. All he really wants is to dish out his plague. Just spread the pathogens around.
Oh yes, sure, pathogens. We're gonna go with that one instead.
Have to remember our pathogens.
Of course. Have to remember our audience as well. Okay. But it's getting into a scary state of the game. As you mentioned, Venomancer at this point, if he doesn't have gold, it's kind of okay. You stay behind, shoot pathogens at the enemy. You're like, yeah, this is all I need to do, boys.
Immersion? He's walking a bit too far forward, but Bashka actually has an amplified damage rune, so this could be a dangerous time for Paper Tigers to fight. I don't think they actually saw Kez pick that up.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad to see Call back in the being picked again. This is one of my favorite supports. I won one tournament playing just Coddle as a support, and then later on people were like banning it from me, and then I became useless, but we still won. But I was like, oh yeah, this calls my signature. I liked it. It was pretty good.
I like Keeper of the Light as a support, but I find the Keeper of the Light really annoying to play against when he's on the mid lane. It just makes... It's kind of like the Outworld Destroyer, right? Where you just don't exist in the mid lane against the hero.
He is annoying. He's more fun, it seems, to play as a support, right? In the lane, you're throwing that chakra, timing it properly. You move really fast, illuminate from the trees, coming out, doing massive damage. Now, there's a lot more to him as a support, I think. Same hero, though, which is weird. All right.
Yeah, it has the exact same, I would say, pathway, irrespective of which position he is playing in. But BKB now up for the Dragon Knight, BKB also now up for Bashka, as both teams should look to fight with these kind of timings. Who do you think comes out ahead with debuff immunity?
I think the Dragon Knight, because on the enemy side there's nothing that pierces the... I mean, there is the the Tusk Walrus Punch, but it's not as good as the Golem plus Dismember. Like, that's way better control. So... oh, Bashka, nice. He gets himself a Shield Ruin. That's a pretty hefty one.
He didn't do anything with the lost amplified damage, though. So, maybe TpaBoTeam just want to farm right now. They are huddled up close together with Bashka isolated towards the other part of the map. But there is no danger to the guest there. Warlock could be in danger, though. They will see him as he tries to farm up a creep wave, but he'll just go back after dishing out what I presume are his fatal bonds.
Oh, another BKB now on TpaBoTeam. So one on the Pudge, one on the Kez. The enemy team's only got one BKB piercing ability to begin with. As it feels like they want to smoke. You know, Bashka's got that shield run. He wants to fight.
TpaBoMa is also going to join his team, so it does seem that the way that they're posturing is going to be for a smoke. And right now, Paper Tigers don't have their Keeper of the Light. They don't even have their carry. So this could be a good smoke timing, but instead it will just be TpaBoTeam positioning themselves perhaps towards Roshan. Now there is a lot of vision inside of that triangle. So I think Bashka is going to get spotted out. The pings will come out as he makes his way inside of the Roche pit, and I expect there should be some kind of a response.
You know, there's not really a big ultimate or big AoE spell that Paper Tigers can throw in the Roche pits. Like Illuminate, that's it. Whereas if you go in, TpaBoTeam can throw a Golem, can throw a Terrorize, which feels a lot scarier. As TpaBoTeam smoking up, they want to go in from the other side.
And there's not even, you know, a disengage button for Paper Tigers. They have to kind of go all in once their Dragon Knight does make the jump. But right now, TpaBoTeam, they'll go in the other way, like you mentioned. They'll actually come across Burning. DK Focus activates the BKB, and there goes the Dismember. The Tusk Snowball wasn't enough to save him. It's actually going to be a great hook found by DK Focus, and even the Tusk is in trouble. Dragon Knight, meanwhile, tries to fight back, but the Chaotic Offering will stun him through the BKB. And right now, Paper Tigers do have to try and disengage, but DK Focus being the target. Great Illuminate coming out that will clear up the Pudge. And right now it's a 1-for-1, but an exchange that actually favors Paper Tigers. They were able to walk away.
They did have to use a buyback on the Tusk to get that, but very worth it. Oh,
Freeze. He wants to jump right back in. Immersion is going to instantly get bursted down as Freeze tries to make his way out. Bashka activates the BKB, goes to work, OP will fall, and actually flings himself forward, but can't get the kill on Freeze. He'll actually go for the teleport away and will abandon the Warlock, who will also be able to join the Kez.
If they don't have the Dragon Knight, they don't have any stuns, as there you go. Aghanim Scepter finished on 7E, which gives him that Will-O-Wisp. Finally, they have something like teamfight on the squad.
And the lack of control is really creating a big disadvantage for TpaBoTeam, right? They couldn't chase and take Freeze down, which allowed Freeze to just constantly re-engage back at them.
That's one of the nice things about being like a Keeper of the Light. You just stay behind and keep throwing the Illuminates, and Freeze being very, very durable. But you know, he didn't care. He wasn't able to catch anyone as they were retreating. So,
and both teams are alive. they still want Roshan.
He's gonna
move the
move
dragon
soon.
form. has expired. 15 seconds for Roshan to move. But also, Roshan is really low. Now, will TpaBoTeam go in? Will-O-Wisp planted towards the entry point for TpaBoTeam? DK focus on that high ground as Freeze jumps in too. Instant Dismember comes out. Freeze, can he keep himself alive? Can he keep himself going? BKB activated, but will end up falling as even CTY is in trouble. Borrowed time comes out, and Roshan
alive.
Is still alive.
Bit of a, I want to say, a blunder from Paper Tigers. You know, they're trying to get 2 objectives at once. DK maybe trying to zone them out. The rest want to go for Roshan, but it was just too awkward the time. Oh, what a hook.
DK focus coming in with the hooks again and again. CTY does not have the borrowed time, and without your Dragonite, without your Abaddon, this will be finally Roshan claimed as a prize for Traba.
DK focus. You know, we were talking about it earlier. The best hook is any hook that lands on an enemy. You know, as long as I catch someone, we can kill him after. I guess they have saves and shields and whatnot, but we still have one of them out of position. And DK Focus has been landing so many of these good catches.
Now, I know that this correlation probably isn't true, but why is it, Artemo, that the players that possess the Dragon Claw hook seem to always land their hooks?
Oh, because the Dragon Claw hook, is it expensive?
It's really expensive.
Yeah, well,
I don't actually know how expensive, but I know it's one of the more expensive items in the game.
That's what I thought as well. I was like, I want to make sure, but if you're going to buy an expensive item for a hero, you're probably pretty damn good with that hero.
Or does it make you better with the hero?
No, it doesn't work like that. It's probably he's very good, and that's why he buys it.
Yeah. Yeah, believe it or not, that's actually not the first Dragon Claw hook I saw. Or rather, it was the first, but there is another player who has a Dragon Claw hook in this tournament. So it's certainly, you know, the reveal of the Dragon Claw hooks in games of the future.
Well, so, I mean, hey, man, you're playing in Dubai, you better show off your bling bling. You know, you're like, guys, all right, look at all these shiny cosmetics here. I'm like, okay, all right, I see it.
Have you ever been to Abu Dhabi?
No, I've been to Dubai, but I haven't been to Abu Dhabi. Oh. So yes, which is where they are. By the way, I'm sorry, they are in Abu Dhabi. I said Dubai, but you know they're all part of the UAE.
Yeah, I will. You know, if you get the time, perhaps we can go together. We'll have a good time because I have been, and it's pretty. You know, the service sector is amazing. The hospitality sector, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, when they have the games of the future there again. You know, count us in. We'll be happy to go. For now, we are also happy to be here and watch these lot of old legends, lot of rising, I wouldn't say rising stars, but a lot of stars in the scene competing, working together, trying to make a name for themselves, or trying to lift the trophy here.
Yeah, getting to play the main stage again would certainly bring about the emotions from a lot of these guys, I'm sure. Meanwhile, you don't know if, you know, they're not going to play again. You know, that's the thing about this. Who knows? Legends rebooted. Perhaps they're going to reboot for the foreseeable future.
I think that the only chance, and any of the players, you know, who's inactive goes back to active, is if they win the tournament or they get second place. I don't think a team that gets like 6th place or last place is going to be like, yeah, let me go back in the scene. It's like, nah, I played, I lost, I think I'm done.
Radiant are scanning.
Bashka? 3 minutes of the ages, they haven't really done much with it. They already had the tier 2 tower down from the mid side a long time ago.
Yeah, it's this tower is going to be sort of the only big objective that they get so far. As double lumen comes out, not enough to clear. The flag bearer, by the way, now provides a magic resistance aura, which makes it quite hard to defeat the lane that, the wave that he's in.
So physical damage spells would be better to do the creeps out. I'm assuming, like spells like a Slaughter or the Breath of Fire.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's how it works. I'm trying to remember what else he has a healing aura as well, but I don't think that one gives you any armor.
The high ground is also difficult to siege because the tier 4 towers, I believe, have more armor based on how many barracks are standing up. So it's easier to take the tier 4s down if you have mega creeps or multiple lanes of barracks acquired. But going for a straight throne rush has now become a lot harder.
Yep. That's something I was seeing as well. It's like you get 24 armor extra per tier 4. So it's just like if you win a fight near the base and you're thinking, let's go throne fast, it's an option, but not very likely.
Ooh, Freeze revealed himself to the lane, and look at the damage coming in from Bashka. BKB forced out from Freeze as he tries to create enough of a gap that he can safely teleport. His blink should be coming off of cooldown, so he will be able to make it out alive. But now that's perhaps the opening that they were looking for. No BKB available for the Dragon Knight for the next 80 seconds.
You do only have 20 seconds of time with this Aegis though, and you're up against a Coddle. Might not be... It's definitely a risk to go high ground, or at least very time consuming. That's an interesting ward by BZZ. However, it's planted near a... There you go, just gets removed instantly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright.
I think they're relying on DK Focus to do, display some of his magic that he has been.
Oh, they'll be like, listen, you landed a few hooks. Can you do it again? DK Focus like, all right, I'll show it's done.
Oh, Traboma might be in trouble over on that top lane because he is pincered between two of heroes, but one of them is just going to teleport back to the base, and CTY will just continue farming. Blink Dagger, Bloodthorn almost has a BKB too, as TpaBoTeam are getting kited around the map. It seems like Paper Tigers are happy to just farm away.
Oh.
Venomancer now, he is in a lot of trouble. The Bloodthorn damage is going to do quite a bit, and the illusions will clear the Venomancer out. But now the response does come in. The Kaz just does too much. Borrow time is there, but he cannot possibly teleport out of this one. In fact, he'll try to fight back, but Bashka has his BKB up, and that should be enough damage alongside the Chaotic Offering to hold the Abaddon in place, and CTY will give up his own life. It is overall a trade though, but CTY is down for about 80 seconds.
I mean, that is the carry. Like we were talking about him falling off, it seems like he's doing pretty good for himself on this Abaddon. But,
DK Focus. He's in the midst of everyone from Paper Tigers. The Will-O-Wisp will come out, but it won't actually catch him. Meanwhile, DK Focus will miss one of the first hooks I've seen in this game. Bashka will just run back, and I think for TpaBoTeam, they should just disengage.
No Golem, no Venomancer. I think the BKB on Bashka is also used there. Oh, they still want to go in?
Yeah, apparently they do. There's not a lot of BKBs available for either side. The Shivas may have just clipped the Dragon Knight as DK Focus tries to get that hook, but can't quite find the mark. Freeze has a Decrepify as Bashka. He may be looking for the re-entry. He does blink on forward, but I don't think he captured anyone. Oh no, he found the latch onto Birds Burning and the Keeper of the Light as he gets hooked in. Traboma will find the kill as even Burning will end up falling. It certainly seems that without their Abaddon, taking a fight is really hard.
Yeah, TpaBoTeam. You can see Bashka's got the Nullifier, which makes it really good against like the Decrepify, the Force Staff, and suddenly a lot of their defensive abilities on Paper Tigers just don't matter in any way. That's a shard upgraded Ice Shard, but it's not gonna do a whole lot.
The tier 3s are vulnerable. I think that it's worth it trying to just poke at them. Especially since until, someone from Paper Tigers respawns.
No, this is more than a poke. This is when they put their fist through the person's head. You're like, yeah, that's a really good poke that the buildings are falling.
Range barracks has fallen, and I think the melee barracks should be going down too. There is no glyph available. There it is, the first barracks of the game for 39 minutes in, almost 39, will be going the way of TpaBoTeam. Certainly not something I expected considering the start that Paper Tigers had, but this lead by TpaBoTeam has been in the making for quite a while because a lot of these objectives have just been going in the dire side's favor.
It does feel like it comes down to that narrow fight, right? Where near the Tormentor.
Yeah.
Because that was the biggest lead for Paper Tigers. I think they're like 3,000 or 4,000 gold ahead. They go for the Torn, but then as they exit, they come to the narrow ledge. They lose 4 people, and since the TpaBoTeam has been in the driver's seat, and I believe they are the better squad. Dire.
The Shivas by DK Focus is gonna slow CTY down as Bashka disengages.
Good hook.
And DK Focus is gonna go for another hook. But where did the Abaddon go?
Blink. He had borrowed time. Didn't take damage
Oh,
for a few
right.
seconds.
Just blinks away just like that. It's no BKB being used by him either. But now the borrow time is on cooldown. So
That's
is something
nice-
to consider.
That's a nice thing about Abaddon, right? You just turn on borrowed time. You can always blink during its duration. There's literally nothing that can stop you.
And he can also activate the borrow time while he's dismembered to cancel the dismember, right?
Yep. I wonder if we're gonna see a nerf to Blink Dagger. I'm seeing like every carry buy it now just to get closer and you do damage with it. So maybe,
Well, we
maybe
gotta-
it deserves.
Patch Automo, I don't expect anything from WoW for the next few months now, I think. But I can expect a fight to be brewing. Burning is going to fall immediately, very early on in this fight. Terrorize is actually going to clip
Abaddon.
the Abaddon, and he doesn't have his borrowed time. CTY has no support beside him, and even as he activates the BKB, he's just going to get crushed. Bashko.
This could be another set of barracks there, as this is CTY did for 90 seconds with no buyback, and we're seeing the damage from the Kez. It melts buildings at this point.
Just has too much damage, man. And even Roshan, this fight happened as Roshan was spawning. I wonder if TpaBoTeam was trying to set something up with Roshan, but clearly that didn't go their way.
By the way, they were able to get Silver Edge on the Venomancer. So Silver Edge now does the same thing as the Anchor Shard. Sorry, the Tidehunter's Anchor, where you slow someone down, they can't move very fast. It caps your movement speed to 200 when you're hit by it. So it's quite nice, and I believe that effect is undispellable.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
It's like a very
So the
strong
only way out
pathogen.
of it is the BKB.
Yes.
Freeze,
Freeze.
meanwhile, he doesn't actually have the BKB. Is he just dead?
Doesn't try to TP out either. A little bit surprised about that.
He accepted his fate, I suppose. And
Well.
DK Focus is gonna display his happiness about that kill.
And Bashka is going to take the Shrine of Wisdom. Looks like they haven't taken theirs on the Dire yet, but just... you know, Sun Tzu, he always said that if you can, stealing food from the enemy is much better than eating your own. So... Sun Tzu, he knew some stuff.
He did. He did.
Not much medicine, though, to be fair.
Well, it does seem like TpaBoTeam will need a bit of medicine if they want to continue fighting without their Dragon Knight. As OP goes on in, the Yule's being used by Immersion, and Bashka jumps on in. Chaotic Offering also goes down, and even DK Focus is inside. It seems like everyone from TpaBoTeam wanted to jump on that high ground and take apart TpaBoTeam. Another hook found on towards Burning. He does force off himself out as 7E falls towards the side. They will be able to take out the Aegis, but unfortunately for TpaBoTeam, they're losing their heroes left, right, and center.
They do have the Dragon Knight coming up in just a few seconds, but it's still going to be a 3 versus 5 fight for at least the next 40 seconds. And oh, Burning. Okay, he's disappeared. He died.
He did die. As 7E used his buyback, no Abaddon, only a Dragon Knight available right now, and we might just come out to that GG call because it's just one barracks remaining to Mega Creeps, and CTY will end up calling it. Despite of TpaBoTeam's stronger draft, TpaBoTeam found that comeback.
I mean, it's something we discussed. We just feel like the Dire players are just a little bit more prepared for this tournament rather than TpaBoTeam, but TpaBoTeam, they had this amazing draft, they had this very strong power spike, but it all fell apart at an ill-advised timing, you know, when they went for the Tormentor. And look at them, smiles all around, one victory away from the upper bracket.
Yeah, and for the other side, for TpaBoTeam, it's one defeat away from the lower brackets. I wonder, perhaps play even faster, and you know, if you see the other side and you disengage from a fight within 5 seconds, perhaps don't go for a major objective that drains away your HP like Tormentor. It did seem like that, Tormentor fight where you lost essentially your entire lineup was a big turning point for this game. For TpaBoTeam, they had their Abaddon, they had their Dragon Knight, 2 semi carries on the side lanes, farming at a much faster pace.
I mean, you look at Paper Tigers, they had a lot of things, but Teamfight crowd control was not one of them, right? They have this durable cores, they have saves and heals, but in a 5-on-5, in like close ledges, sort of like narrow spaces like that, it was a nightmare for them. So that was really the game-losing moment coming out from Paper Tigers.
Yeah, and I think the safer route for both of these teams is, the fact is, not a lot of teams probably have been able to read on the patch. Not a lot of preparation is. I don't even think it's humanly possible to prepare yourself for this kind of a situation where a drop patch, the Valve decides to drop in a patch at midnight or while we're all sleeping, preparing. These guys probably up from the previous day, having to play long games. They did go to that third game yesterday for a lot of these teams, and you also want to enjoy because you're in Abu Dhabi. You're called in for a LAN tournament. You don't want to be reading a patch at 3 or 4 a.m.
Well, that might be the best time. I don't know. Maybe you come back, you partied, you had fun, but I think that you have to save the partying for after the tournament. As we are looking here, looks like two players were seen as the MVP, or maybe there's MVP from each team. But TpaBoTeam is Bashka, the carry. I thought he was doing insanely well on this Kaz. Really the big factor that won them the game. For CTY on Paper Tigers, he had a decent timing on the Radiance, but after that, not really the biggest impact.
Yeah, he didn't actually have... he had a pretty even score, but again, this is the lower bracket, guys. One game separates TpaBoTeam from being able to make it into the upper brackets. Can Paper Tigers find the comeback and take it to a game number 3? We'll find out right after a short break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Welcome back everyone to Phygital International's Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi. The lower bracket matchup continues as TpaBoTeam are one game up against Paper Tigers, one game away to making it into the upper brackets. I'm Daltris, joined by Atomo. And Atomo, what do you think Paper Tigers need to change in order to even out this series?
I think it just comes down to making slightly more safer calls. We talked about it when they went for Tormentor. You see the enemy team in the area. You see them. It's not like, there's any doubt. They're like, okay, you see them. There are a few hits being exchanged and they back off. And then Paper Tigers say, let's go for Tormentor. And TpaBoTeam sets up a beautiful trap right after. Whereas I would think that Paper Tigers should have played faster when they hit the Radiance time on the Abaddon and take all the tier 2s, secure that. They had a Pugna Abaddon. So maybe the teamwork is the issue, a little bit of the issue there.
And another trend that I'm noticing is that we see TpaBoTeam picking up the pudge again and again in every single series they're playing, yet no one seems to want to ban that out.
It certainly looks ban-worthy to me. There were so many times where he just catches one guy off and we were saying like, okay, there's saves, there's heals, there's shields, but none of them, like, they matter, but if the enemy team's got overwhelming damage to kill you, you're still dead. So being a forced movement is an incredibly powerful mechanic in Dota, and Pudge gives you maybe the most of it.
Yeah, it's especially since there's someone that normally you can expect the Pudge to miss, or maybe you're expecting to be able to play around the hooks, but TpaBoTeam was coming out with such clutch hooks in the middle of team fights that just it seemed like Paper Tigers kept getting caught off guard. No one was allowed to escape from the jaws of TpaBoTeam, and it just seemed like TpaBoTeam had Paper Tigers where they wanted them.
No, nobody can escape the jaws of the Dragon Claw hook, all right? When you have Dragon Claw, you're putting money into your Pudge. That's like, you think I'm gonna miss when I have a Dragon Claw? I spent like, I don't know, $500 on it. That thing's gonna land. That thing's got a homing missile attached to it. And at least in the hands of TpaBoTeam, that's how it looks like.
I would like to see a more stable offlane pick coming up by Paper Tigers. It did seem like their offlane Freeze really wanted to try his best initiating, and he found some really good initiations, but perhaps another hero more suited to that initiator role, maybe with an AoE stun rather than a single target stun, would have actually changed a lot of those team fights for Paper Tigers.
Agreed. Freeze was on Dragon Knight, so he jumps in, he catches one person. That person got hooked a couple of times. I think Immersion one time on Darko is about to die because of that jump, but he gets saved by TpaBoTeam. Or they just bite the Dragon Knight. He's ahead of his team. They're like, all right, we'll just BKB and bite him. He can't do anything. So having multiple stuns would have made a big difference there. Or sorry, AoE stuns would have made a big difference.
Or multiple stuns, because it did seem like Paper Tigers also lacked a bit of control in their line. I think both sides did lack control, but the fact that TpaBoTeam had some pull-ins made their lack of control, they were able to work around
Wasn't a problem.
As we do see that respect ban finally coming out by Paper Tigers, but TpaBoTeam also plays a pretty mean Wind Ranger, so we might actually see, oh no, it's just a Slardar.
Oh, look at that. Paper Tiger saying that Venomancer you guys had. That's pretty good. We want to play it. We want to play the Venomancer. Now, I'm surprised that this hero is as popular as he is. I know teams were actually banning it yesterday, but he did receive significant nerfs.
Yeah.
Like the static
shock.
Damn it, thank you. I always think of static shock for some reason. The septic shock went from 10% to 8%. The wards created from it go from 100 to 75. Like, there's quite a bit of damage lost on this hero. And that's all he used to do. He just mostly provides you with damage and some slow. So, I don't know. Kind of crazy.
Now, there are some nerfs to the Slardar too. The Bash of the Deep, the bonus damage is reduced quite a bit from 50 at the level 1 mark to 35, and even though the overall level 4 damage isn't decreased, but even the stun duration has gone down from 1.1 to about 1 second.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the puddle radius has actually increased from 250 to 325. Even if the Scepter's Crush puddle has decreased, it does seem like a bit of mix and match now with the Slardar, where his damage output may have been decreased, but his overall utility has increased.
Yes, I think that you mentioned it pretty well, right? A little bit less damage, a little bit less duration on the bash. And to be honest, the bash going from 1.1 to 1, you might think, oh, it's just 0.1 seconds. Yeah, but it's like a 10% reduction in his stun, right? If it goes from 3.8 to 4, you're like, I don't care. I didn't lose much. But you go from 0.6 to 1 second, that's a huge increase in that stun duration. For him, 0.1 matters because it's so low to begin with.
And with this overall nerf to the damage output, I think now Slaughter may be going back to the off-lane role rather than sticking to the mid-lane role that teams now frequently place him on.
Yeah, I think I like him more in the offlaner anyway. He's very durable. He seems to be leaning into that a bit more. As the second ban phase is about to end. No Terrorblade, no Centaur. And we're going to see Venom, who's going to join the Venomancer now. So a big benefit now of second pick is it's the only stage of the draft where you ban, then pick something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think we're going to have both teams come out with 3 consecutive picks for both sides with no bans in between. So this is truly where picks matter a whole lot more. And you're done banning. You have no more second chances. The last bans are only going to be for the last pick available for both sides. Let's see what Paper Tigers go for, because right now there are no respect bans coming out from their side.
Let's see. Who would they like to get rid of? No Abaddon.
That is a respect ban.
Okay. To be fair, Paper Tigers is the one who picked it, right? So they're banning.
Oh, right. Paper Tigers did ban out the Abaddon.
I think that the Venom is more respect. They saw it, they're like, okay, that's pretty strong. Let's just take it ourselves.
Axe has received a few buffs to his Berserker's Call, and also it's a very interesting change to his Battle Hunger, where it's actually gone to pure damage.
Yes. Wait, it goes to pure damage. The Berserker's Call, it lasts longer at lower levels, and the cooldown's reduced early on, and the cooldown has been increased by 1 level, so that's kind of interesting. But yeah, the Battle Hunger is the one where you can have 30 damage at level 7 and last for 12 seconds. You can add it on multiple heroes. It looks very interesting.
And even with the talent, right, the level 15 talent, 42 pure damage per second, sure, you can dispel it, right? Which is, and at that point, at the level 15 mark, you are more than likely to have quite a few dispels. But just being able to place that Battle Hunger, take a dispel utility item out of the equation is a great setup to have.
I kind of like it, but I think it makes me think I want to play Axe more as a support. I know he was viable as it, but pure damage, it's fun. It's very fun.
Pure damage is hard to ignore. I think that's the most annoying aspect of the Axe, which may as well have him seen more on the support role, especially now that there's no longer an armor-based damage multiplier, right? So there's no use of picking up multiple rings of protection, a chainmail, and whatever have you that we have. We now see Axis pick up. Skywrath Mage comes out, so that at least it is a good setup. Increased duration with the Berserker's Call and the Mystic Flare does seem like that particular scenario is enhanced for Paper Tigers.
It's a very odd pick, to be honest with you. I know it's a fantastic combination with the Axe, but it is a horrendous matchup against the Pugna, because Nether Ward does 1.6 damage to 1 point of mana burned, and your Mystic Flare is like 350 at level 1, 550 later on, then 800. It's expensive spells. We saw this yesterday. Skywrath Mage throws out Mystic Flare, 1,200 damage straight to his face.
Not to mention, Skywrath Mage is one of those heroes that uses all of his spells in the first second of the fight, right? Concussive Shot, Arcane Bolt, Silence, all of those spells have to come out in order for the Skywrath to actually do anything. And so we might actually see a situation where the Skywrath Mage ends up dying to his own spells. Queen of Pain comes out over on the mid lane. They don't have a single stun.
They're Berserker's Call.
Yeah?
They can have the Venomancer Shard. That's kind of something.
They do have slows as well, right? The Shadow Strike concussive shot. Venomancer slow
Silence.
as well. Battle Hunger also slows you down. So it is pretty good, but their lineup is also kind of squishy. Skywrath Mage starts off with 0 base armor, and you have a hero on the other side that literally his entire purpose in life is to reduce your armor. So we might see TpaBoTeam go more for, I think, a physical DPS carry at this stage wouldn't be all that bad for TpaBoTeam.
I mean, we could take the Ursa right now if they want to. They need some sort of hero that gets like a relatively early BKB or some sort of dispel. No Abaddon, no Terrorblade. Juggernaut is in the pool. I believe that hero received as... Okay, there you go. TA comes out.
Yeah, the classical OG has created this, has put this kind of duo on the map. The Slaughter, even though they run it on the Slaughter mid, the Corrosive Haze plus the Templar Assassin's Desolator Mel Strike will just obliterate anyone apart from the Axe, and maybe even the Axe.
It's a decent slow as well. You can get the shard upgrade. The tower push is similar to last game. TpaBoTeam has really good tower push. Well, not similar to last game, sorry, but one team has a really good tower push. The other team isn't really focused too much on that. With TpaBoTeam, you have the PA as well as the Pugna. That's quite scary.
Meanwhile,
Now,
the Templar Assassin has been nerfed, but I wouldn't think it's that significant because the meld armor reduction is the same at the max level, and you're usually going to have it max leveled by the time you have your Desolator.
Let's see. I mean, I'm just thinking about the last pick right now. TpaBoTeam, they're going to go for a mid or a carry. I feel like it's better to get a mid and you put TA in that carry role, whereas Paper Tigers, who do they want to work with?
I think a mid lane Slaughter would be really bad against the Queen of Pain. Just the Shadow Strike would just delay your Blink Dagger too much. Not to mention, anyone can rotate in from the Skyrath and the Venomancer, and one Sonic Wave, and you just wipe out the Slaughter. I think there should be an offlane, and TpaBoTeam should pick up a mid lane hero. Maybe the Puck wouldn't be that bad. I know you have a Skyrath on the other side, but someone should look towards creating a Lotus. Maybe the Slaughter should.
I also think that you might want to go something completely different, more like a DK or a Primal Beast, someone who kind of doesn't care about the Skywrath silence, because the Puck, it can work, but instant silence, you don't have overall lot, and the enemy team is going to pick one person after you. I wouldn't want a Puck in this situation.
What about a Pango?
I'd rather Pango's fine. Oh, they go for Disruptor.
Wait, who's the offlane? Is this a Pugna mid? This is, I believe TpaBoTeam did try a Pugna mid. I'm going to try finding the game.
That's better in a way, I think.
TpaBoTeam played the Pugna mid in their very first game against E7 yesterday. Great Pugna game. I think it was a better Pugna game than it is this time around because there is a silence against you.
All right. I'm not sure I like it too much, but I do like the Disruptor coming in to give you some of that, area control, good against the Queen of Pain. Now, Paper Tigers, who do they want? They go for the Dragon Knight, giving them that final carry pick. This is a tough one. This is a tough one.
It's certainly a lot more even of a draft than was in that last game where Paper Tigers just seem to have, in my opinion, a much better draft though, even though you have a Pugna mid right now. The only one problem that I do see is if this Slaughter plus Templar Assassin all-out physical damage kind of setup does not work for TpaBoTeam, I think their lineup just collapses on top of itself.
Yes, when you're going all in on physical damage, it's like, yeah, you do have a little bit of magic coming out from the Pugna, not a little bit, to be fair, a significant amount. But later on, the damage shifts more and more towards the physical side. And Paper Tigers, high armor heroes, Dragon Knight, Axe, the Initiators, Berserker's Call. That is not an easy thing for TpaBoTeam to deal with. But they are the better team. I think they're going to go at 2-0 this one.
I didn't mind the way that Paper Tigers were playing in that last game. I think if they're able to come out with some counter push, And you know, they have the Dragon Knight too if they have a good timing with their, or at least if they make good use of their first dragon form. If the Queen of Pain is able to rotate with the support, get a few good kills across the map, and if they don't blunder their entire lineup to a shaky team decision where you know the other side is there, they just play with information a whole lot better, they have a good shot. I'm not saying that they might be able to make a comeback, but they'll have a good shot at making a comeback, much better than the previous game at least.
Yeah, Paper Tigers, the draft seems quite balanced from them if they fall behind. Whereas in the previous game, I like you mentioned, I thought it was all in on that kind of early push. Here, it's like, oh, we fall behind. It's okay. We have a Dragon Knight. We have a great scaling force to have. Actually, the Turkish Ball is probably like one of the best stuns in the game or control abilities. So I'm not too worried about Paper Tigers the same way as late game.
Let's see if there will be an early level 1 clash as observer wards are placed down on top of Paper Tiger's high ground, and those observer wards, I don't think it's going to be denied. I don't think they saw the observer. Ooh,
10-man smoke.
30 seconds.
The lines drawn from both sides are going to cross over, so we will probably have a level 1 clash come out. There will be an Axe and a Templar Assassin, both missing. So I wonder who comes out ahead. It will be the Skywrath and the Slaughter who will see each other, as OP is going to get held in by the maze, but it's actually this DK Fogus who was in a bit of trouble, but both teams will decide to play it safe and just disengage altogether. No, they want to go back. Or no, they just, okay, it's a power move. It's the bounty rune that Paper Tigers will be able to secure.
Oh, can BZZ get to? Oh no, sorry, it's to the bounty rune first. Looks like it is gonna be 3 for TpaBoTeam, and ta-da! There you go, gets it.
That is a good. I mean, it's at the end of the day an additional 200 gold that one team has over the other.
I'm looking at this disruptor. I'm thinking, is he gonna put the 2 points in the Thunder Strike? That's been sort of a lot of things that we see about disruptors. Like some of them just skip kinetic field, go 2-3-0. Some of them go 2-2-1s, and of course the classic is the 1-3-1 with maxing out glimpse. But
you know something interesting? Yesterday, we actually had Legends rebooted. Mushi went for the kinetic fence, and me and T-Time had a discussion.
You were out of your
What
depth.
exactly is supposed to be the point of the fence over the field?
its form is much faster. That's one thing. Like it's quite quick compared to the field. You can use it to block like the stairs and things like that. You have 2 of them, so you can create like V shapes to stop someone. But in general, I agree. I don't think the fence is ever justifiable to pick.
I think you can have 2 fences up as well.
Yes.
Does it come with 2 charges?
It does. And that's why I said you can make like a V shape with it. You know, you put one then the other on it, and you know, like a triangle with one part missing. Which is, you know, it's fine. It's okay.
Mid lane, this is probably going to be a very basic lane, right? Pugna, just get your levels up. You can't really ever kill the Dragon Knight, so maybe once you have your levels, you start pressuring the tower. But it's this bot side that makes me feel a bit worried for Trava, because this Disruptor feels a bit out of place. What can he possibly do against a Skywrath and an Axe?
Honestly, well, he's doing the right thing. He's absorbing damage for his TA. Sometimes the only thing you can do as a support in these lanes is like, okay, just punch me. Don't punch my core, punch me instead. Because you don't want Bashka to be the one who's going to spend a lot of money on regen. Especially with regen being one more expensive and less effective when shared.
Yeah, inflation is really, you know, it's catching up to even Dota.
Everyone, man. We're all tightening our belt, as they say.
11 CS for 7E. Meanwhile, you look at Traboma's CS Automo, it doesn't bode a very optimistic picture. He has 1 creep. Literally, just a 1.
Oh, wait, you can explain this to me, right? You can be like, he's lulling him into a false sense of security, and then he's gonna kill him and get the bounty from all the creeps he killed. Something like that.
No, I think this one is just a straight up outplay. Similar to the one that Burning has found himself in, because that will be first blood drawn by immersion.
You die.
By the way, We didn't mention this, but it is going to be a top Quap and a mid DK. Sorry if you mentioned it, my bad. But they feel like, okay, 7E is going to have a good time against the Pugna, whereas the Quap doesn't.
I figured it out, Ultimo.
Yes.
You see, the Pugna was luring the safe lane from Paper Tigers into a false sense of security
there we go.
so that they could get first blood, and now you see the Pugna recovering on CS.
Yes. To be fair, he is. He was like 1 and 12. Now he's 11 to 18. So it's definitely getting better for him.
Couldn't be because his Nether Blast now can secure creeps.
I feel like
It's the mind game. It's the mind games.
You're a very optimistic doctor. You know, you'll be like, it's okay. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Everyone's like, this is terminal. You're like, nah, he'll be fine. It's just the head.
Meanwhile, Bernie, throughout the gale, Willow will just go for the teleport away. Meanwhile, Focus will just use the crush. This is a little slow over on the lane for Paper Tigers, and this will be a rough time for DK Focus as the levels scale up for the dire side.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want him to buy like 2 bracers. He has one. He's working on the other because all the damage is coming at you over time. So heal over time feels really useful, and you just need that health pool so you can TP out. As look at the CS, Paper Tigers having a very nice time so far.
And unfortunately for Travel, their bot lane is suffering. The Battle Hunger, or rather, it will be OP to actually pick up the kill. And now Bashka, they're free to charge in on the Templar. A call to lure Bashka in as he does have the Melt Strike, and there's no detection to be found on Paper Tigers.
It's still very nice aggression coming out on him. And of course, as we mentioned, we were able to get a kill out of it as well. So it's not bad at all for the Paper Tigers. As mid lane, TpaBoTeam. Sorry, he's having it's okay. This Pugna CS is reasonable.
It really is. Considering that, you know, his side lanes are not getting as much CS. Oh, great return kill being found on Freeze. Bashka finally fights back.
This is one of the strongest combination of heroes in the game, the Axe and Skywrath Mage, and they were able to, you know, they still get a kill on the Axe.
Meanwhile, Troublema and 7E are playing a game of Ring of Roses around each other. That was a very unexpected chase. I'm not sure why 7E was chasing. I'm not sure why the Pugna was running.
Wait, Dark Willow Immersion? He is going to make it out in time. Okay, he's fine.
He'll take the Plague Wards out. How much gold did they give? It's 10 gold. He's actually teleported towards that bot lane. We might see a glimpse, but it's actually the Skywrath Maze just actually falling very low, and so is Bashka, but Bashka will be able to stay alive. Freeze, meanwhile, dishes out a Battle Hunger on towards the Willow, but does he really want to stick in this position? Seems like he's going to be fine.
Yeah, there... What was I going to say? Darn it.
Glimpse on towards the Axe. Will they be able to take Freeze down? Certainly do want to try, but he is underneath the safety of his tier 1 tower, and this has now turned into a bit of a try lane by TpaBoTeam at this point. They've left their Slaughter alone towards that top side.
In the meantime, though, the Benemancer goes mid to take the tower. He's working with the Dragon Knight. That tower, I mean, they fortify. It looks like it's pretty much dead at this point.
Great early Dragon form coming out by Paper Tigers. That's certainly not something that will, you know, it's going to be disadvantageous to the Pugna. Losing your tower first when the whole point of a Pugna is to be able to pressure the other side's towers.
I'd like to see what facet he took on the Pugna, but I imagine you're still going to start to the Siphoning Ward, even though that was nerfed quite significantly. I think it was like 30 mana to health, and then 25 mana to mana, but now it's like 20% on both, as they are going in for this Wisdom Shrine. A huge move from Paper Tigers.
And if they can get this Wisdom Shrine, Paper Tigers will be significantly ahead. Immersion does want to contest this, and it does seem like DK Focus is going to join in. 7E now cannot escape because the Disruptor is just going to glimpse him back. A crush by DK Focus to land a double kill, and they'll secure their Shrine of Wisdom too.
7E losing his life like that. Oh dear. That was kind of your biggest win, was the mid lane, but thinking a Bashka will help.
if they can get him, because the teleport is coming in by the Willow. Freeze does have the creep wave, doesn't dish out, but the counter helix is a lot more, and Bashka will eventually fall. And even Burning is going to come out to help. Paper Tigers do get something in response to their lost mid lane, or lost mid laner.
Oh, by the way, the Plague Wards, they give 10 gold at level 1. That increases by 4 per level. So 10, 14, 18, 22.
That's some quick maths, Artimo. I don't think I would have... I know 4 is easy, but I can just do the 1, you know?
It's like 14, 25, 30. That's how it works, I guess, yes.
Freeze could be in trouble because the Disruptor is moving in. He will back away at the right time. But there might still be a glimpse play happening because of the maze coming out. And Freeze is going to get glimpsed back into yet another Bramble. And that is a dead axe.
Looks like it might... I think that looks like a second point Thunderstrike because the damage seemed a bit high. But we'll see if we pick him again. Overall, TpaBoTeam, despite the relatively strong lanes, Veno Quap, Skyrat Axe, they didn't really suffer. You know, they're like, okay, you know, we lose some CS, but we get kills. We're okay with this.
Yeah, they have the overall net worth advantage going in their favor. Now, what do you think CTY needs to itemize for on this carry Queen of Pain? Is it just the Blade Mail, Sanj and Kaya? Is it the same build you go for on as the mid lane?
I feel like that should be that, right? Like, you're still a Quap even though your role has changed. Your auto attack talents are pretty good at 10 and 15, but then you don't continue to scale. You know, you get like attack speed at some damage, and that's about it. So no, I think you still stick to that magic build you mentioned. Blade Mail, Ags, Sanj Kaya, things like that.
Shard, and Deceptor is pretty good this game too, against a Templar, Slardar, Pugna. Mystic Flare will take out Immersion, the first Mystic Flare of the game. Their supports are quite highly leveled. CTY has the Sonic Wave and will just dish it out onto Burst TpaBoTeam, but he has the Life Drain to be able to keep himself alive, but cannot do so because he is outnumbered severely. DK Focus though, he'll be able to find a quick return kill, but is just on a support.
However, I don't feel like this Pugna is a core. You know, it seems like they're kind of okay with him not sacrificing himself, but like being more sacrificial than usual for a mid laner. So it's not a good trade for TpaBoTeam, but at least they get something out of it.
But it's also the fact that this DK Focus is not really doing all that well. Sure, he's found return kills because of the sacrifices that TpaBoTeam has been making, but they really do need some towers.
It's not the worst thing in the world for the Slaughter. He's, you know, working towards his Blink Dagger. I agree he's not having the same impact as the Axe, but that's what the problem was. We mentioned, like, it's going to be a lot less CS for the Radiant cores. Like, the laning stage was quite a miserable experience. Even mid, especially mid maybe, with the Pugna DK. But Pugna's fully recovered. I expect the same thing to happen for TpaBoTeam.
CTY is sticking in this position because his supports are there towards the side. Yeah. They'll take TpaBoTeam out. 63 is going to fall, and the Slardar is just going to disengage.
Double bounty ruins being picked by 7E. They get 2 kills. They force the Slardar to go back. And again, this Pugna, just... he's bringing down buildings, but he doesn't feel like a core yet.
He kind of feels, yeah, he really doesn't seem to have the kind of impact that a core Pugna does have. And I think a large part of that is the high amount of magical damage that Paper Tigers naturally have at the early game. Yep. Sonic Wave, Scream of Pain, Skywrath Mage, Mystic Flare, Arcane Volt, Concussive Shot is just a bit too much.
Yeah, like the Queen of Pain carry is a lot better against Pugna than a lot of other, you know, carries would be. You know, you pick like a Juggernaut and Ursa. These are all physical damage. You pick a Queen of Pain, she's like, yeah, I'm okay. Let him decrepify me or himself. Makes no difference.
Burning?
Burning.
I think Burning is dead. Yeah, his flame is gonna wither out.
This is gonna be the max glimpse build for Disruptor, by the way.
Well, that's another Pugna kill for TpaBoTeam. Their mid laner really isn't going to have any kind of impact this game. Now, is there a way for the Pugna to recover is the question, because he has resource prioritization because he is a mid lane hero, or rather
Yes.
a mid laner. So what does he exactly need to do?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I want to say like just stay alive, but you have two very long-range squishy supports in the Disruptor and the Dark Willow. But you can't really afford to just send DK Focus by himself. It's a very tough situation for TpaBoTeam because he has to go forward, but he's not really suited for it. No one else can really do it except DK Focus. It's a tough situation. As just burning, you know, farming up a stack, and saying, okay, why shouldn't I get it? Makes sense for me.
He's you know the player that has defined the gold standard for farm spread. You know, even though he's a position 5, he's still a bit used to his ways of being just a flash farmer of the early era of Dota 2. But mid lane, 7E, he wants to charge on forward. Oh, freeze! He's going to get punished for this. Bashka will be able to pick up the kill, and I think even though the Pugna isn't doing well, it's Bashka who is doing really well for himself. He'll have that Dragon Lance and that Desolator up by that 15 to 16 minute mark.
Yeah, Bashka is the saving grace for the team right now. And even then, TpaBoTeam, they're not in that bad of a spot. They're still okay. They're about to have a Blink Dagger finished on a Slardar. That's going to be a huge power spike for them. He can combo it with like Disruptor, so if people jump away after, just bring them back. Speaking of Disruptor, he is in the area.
The Willow is going to join them in the area, and DK Focus, there goes the silence by the Skywrath, but it turned out to be a bait. Despite the Sonic Wave, it does seem like the Skywrath mate should end up going down to one more hit. Immersion will pick up the kill, and a Terrorize to actually push back CTY, but he already found the kill on DZZ, and will just blink back. And there's no glimpse to actually stop him out. There is a Decrepify, and he has very limited mana, but I believe he'll be able to recover it in time for another blink. But he seems to want to play with a bit of danger here, but he will go back.
1-for-1 trade? I think TpaBoTeam is okay with that since they are behind overall net worth.
Yeah, and they also waste the Queen of Pain's time, right?
See, you're a core player, I think. Well, actually, I know you're not, but when a core protects a support, that's never a waste of time. That is good use of their time.
I am a core player. When we played together, I played support.
That's what I thought. I was like, yes, a support player, right?
It's because you're too high MMR. You know, the support role is what I would have gotten anyway.
You should be confident. Go ahead, play mid.
Are scanning.
Freeze. There's that Desolator coming up for the Templar Assassin. DK Focus did blink in, but couldn't find the distance for the crush. It has to be the glimpse back. And it's actually TpaBoTeam with a not too bad of an exchange. They actually come out ahead in this, taking out the Venomancer burning as well as Freeze.
Oh yeah, the assist goal is definitely a lot lower right now. I saw the assist goal was like 70, and you go, oh, okay, that is not much at all when they killed the Disruptor.
And even TpaBoTeam is doing pretty good. Despite of all of his deaths, you know, something to point out is the fact that he still isn't that far behind the Dragon Knight or the Queen of Pain. Sure, it's 1500 behind the Queen of Pain, but the Queen of Pain is a flash farmer.
No, it's fine because we have to compare CTY to Bashka, right? Like that because that's the carry to carry matchup. Bashka's way ahead. So the Pugna, he is a little behind the Dragon Knight, but percentage-wise is getting less. The lead isn't growing. It's not such a big deal for TpaBoTeam. Sorry.
Has fallen.
Bottom lane tier 1 tower, the only tier 1 tower still standing for Paper Tigers. It's currently even in terms of objectives, as Freeze doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so they need to find a way to close this gap. All the meanwhile, it was TpaBoTeam waiting for Freeze to join, and they'll take the Slaughter out. There is that insane burst damage coming out on display. And do Paper Tigers still want to fight? I think they should just give up this position here.
Are fortified.
TpaBoTeam, right, big jumping again.
Just Mystic Flare coming out, Life Drain, not enough to save Bashka. It's DK Focus on towards CTY, but I doubt the starter can get it done. Immersion will be able to pick up the kill still though. DK Focus able to go with the wraparound, and a nice Terrorize found on the Dragon Knight. DK Focus looking for his way back in because the Dragon Knight is another potential target. towards that backline. TpaBoTeam ends up falling. They've lost their mid laner. And as Paper Tigers, they have found the win, but it's still not an over team fight. I think DK Focus wants to go back in. It's a simultaneous blink coming in from both of these two heroes, and 7E will end up getting the advantage as a result before he ends up going down, and his team will be able to pick up the Willow, a full team wipe being acquired by Paper Tigers.
Oh man, that is very unfortunate just now with that double blink. As you can see, Paper Tigers, they are slightly, they get the kill on Bashka thanks to the Mystic Flare, really good against the TA. Axe is also getting close to that Blink Dagger, and suddenly you're going to have that initiation of the Blink, Mystic Flare combination. Pretty damn scary.
It is, and considering the fact that, you know, that Blink Dagger, like you mentioned about the Axe, is perhaps the most important power spike for an Axe to get. And once they have that, closing the gap on towards TpaBoTeam is not going to be difficult for them at all.
Burning?
He's gone. Just a few more swipes to do the trick. I think Burning was having a pretty good time when he was farming the Ancients.
He's like, I miss those days. It reminded me of when I used to play carry. Now I'm playing support and I have to go out and push lanes and die? That doesn't seem right.
They do. I think both teams do have a lot of map control though, and there's quite a few ways both teams can actually choose to play. But it seems like TpaBoTeam are done farming up. They have all their items, all their power spikes, and they want to fight against Paper Tigers. They might actually come to a good spot here.
Bashka without a BKB is a bit scary. Who are they going to go on? 7E? Bit of a tanky target, but possible.
Static Storm comes out, and that means that 7E is going to be a goner. Queen of Pain also sent up into the air, but Freeze comes in with his call. Sonic Wave on top, and Bashka is just going to end up melting. 1 for 1, but DK Focus is going to be the differential. OP will end up falling as Paper Tigers continue to look for the chase, but will not be able to find it. And overall 2 for 2, but as TpaBoTeam lost their mid laner too, I think the net worth favors Paper Tigers.
Yeah, you know, killing the TA, you know, that's the biggest target you can get. And the pure damage from the Sonic Wave combined with the spins, you're like, we weren't expecting that. We are saying though that it just feels like Bashka shouldn't fight until he has the BKB. It's too easy to control him with the Skywrath Mage as well as the Veno. A lot of damage from the Pop as well.
Does feel like both teams have this kind of insane burst damage, but the fact is when Paper Tigers come in with their insane burst damage, they have one prioritized target to go on, and that's Bashka. And when you take Bashka out of the equation, TpaBoTeam can't actually do much.
The damage definitely doesn't feel very impressive without him, as it's going to be Paper Tigers who gets the Tormentor here. This cost them last game. This game seems like it's going to go unpunished. And oh, that's a good shard. That's a very good shard.
Yeah, 3 Arcane Bolts simultaneously prioritizing heroes. That's it's pretty good considering it's on a 2-second cooldown, I think. But at the same time, TpaBoTeam will end up with the Aegis, and that is Bashka's insurance policy to continue fighting past the initial burst damage. So I think if Paper Tigers take a fight now, TpaBoTeam will come out on top.
Both teams steal the enemy Radiant Shrine, by the way. Sorry, Shrine of Wisdom.
What do you think about this bridge that Burning just walked across? I think it's the first time I remember seeing a bridge in Dota.
I like it. I like the way it looks. I'm glad we have bridges. I think it's interesting that the bridge is sort of unbreakable, considering there's so much terrain damage. You can, you know, when it's like mountains and cliffs and stuff, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see why. But if I see a Bat Rider putting the bridge on fire, my mind goes, why is the bridge still there? That doesn't make sense.
That's actually a pretty good point. Do you think there should be destructible environments in Dota 2? I know you can break trees, but what about breaking the stairs and, you know, carving up the map?
If it's like something you can click on that breaks it, maybe, but it shouldn't be like spell-based. Like, oh dear, that man's That's gone.
Oh, he might still be alive. DK Focus has the Glimmer Cape as well as the Essence Ring and is able to just walk away from that. BZZ comes in with a Static Storm, needs to be careful, but will end up falling towards OP coming in from the side. And even the Pugna, Troublema has to be careful. DK Focus will eventually go down. He chose to stick around. Terrorize comes out on towards the Dragon Knight as he is in a bit of trouble. 7E doesn't have any backup. This teleport is not going to work out for him. And as that was an impending disaster for TpaBoTeam, they managed to turn it around. Why did Paper Tigers just disengage randomly?
OP came in through a Mystic Flare and lost like 70% of his health because of the Pugna Nether Ward. So he didn't want to fight anymore after that. Looks like CTY was, he already used his ultimate, didn't think he wanted to engage any further. So it was kind of the cores on Paper Tigers saying go, 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 but not in a situation that they were able to do so. It's burning again.
Yeah, it's this time around he's dead in the Ancients. It's slowly he's losing his avenues to play here, and the support Venomancer isn't really a good position to be in, right? When you can't push out the lane, when you can't farm either, it kind of turns into a place where you have no purpose on what you kind of want to do, what you kind of have to do, what even you can possibly do to benefit your team.
But in terms of patch-wise, this may be a good patch for the Veno's playstyle, because he can go and jungle. A lot of sports can't do that, and I'm looking at a lot of the kills, the assist gold is really low. Like, we are seeing much less gold coming out for people when they get in the assists. So supports are going to be less rich than compared to before. So maybe supports who can farm jungle are going to be more premium.
The kill feed is even. Who do you think is going to transition better into the mid game, or, well, I mean the mid game right now?
I want to say Paper Tigers. I think their draft is overall better, but TpaBoTeam, they are the better squad so far. So I still believe that Rain is going to take this 2-0.
Pugna. Is TpaBoTeam in trouble again, but he has the life drain. CTY activates the BKB just in time to dodge out the stun. And it's now DK Focus in danger. Sonic Wave gets thrown out, but DK Focus has the heal, is able to stay alive. And the Dragon Knight is going to go for a teleport, but will end up getting cancelled. 7E does not have a BKB.
This is the second time now we've seen 7E with like one core going for a fight, and the rest of the team is nowhere around. Before it was with the Axe, this time it's with CTY. And you're thinking like, man, 7E, you're kind of, I don't want to say throwing the game, but certainly not extending your lead.
And you look at how far ahead Bashka is, 7,000 ahead of the Dragon Knight at this point. And sure, the Queen of Pain is the carry for Paper Tigers, but switching the lane doesn't really switch your role in the same way. At the end of the day, the Dragon Knight will have to match the physical damage. The Queen of Pain is simply going to be providing the magical one. Oh, I see that actually. The Queen of Pain, CTY did go for that Mjolnir build, so it does seem like he's the big physical DPS builder.
It is. As Axe, he's dead.
Yeah, he has no backup. No hope for backup either, because his Dragon Knight just respawned. And it's the rest of their lineup that also has to be a bit careful. This, well, we have to hold that thought, Timo, but I do have some important questions to ask you about CTY's itemization choice. OP is going to get caught, and he is going to fall. Do you think this Queen of Pain, who has gone for this physical DPS build, is ever going to be able to match the physical damage coming in from a hero like a Templar Assassin?
No, but I don't think that that's also the entire point. Because remember, like, we did mention that Queen of Pain has decent talents, like 35 attack speed, 30 damage talent, a 10, 15, something like that. She's went for Mjolnir, which is a good mixture of damage as well. It's good physical and lightning proc. So it's not pure physical, but the right pick is comparable to a TA, I'd say. But less, for sure.
Is under attack.
Oh, Pugna. I wanted to check what he had. He does have the facet that gives you more magic amplification every time a tower falls. 1.5 per tower.
How much is he getting right now?
9%.
That is some quick maths, Artimo. Wait. After the tier 2?
No, wait, no, it's 7.5. Interesting. When I looked at him, he had the 7, so I thought it was 7.5. But it's only 5 towers they've taken. Huh. Unless, let me check for a second. It might be higher than. Let me check.
It's 7.5. Yeah, it's 7.5.
Could be, right?
I was calculating. I was trying. It took me like 30 seconds to add 1.5 into 5, but it should be 9 now.
Yeah, that should be 9. You just add 50%, right? So it's like, what's half of 5? You add it to the 5. Half of 5 is 2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you add it to the 5, and there you go. It's like 6. How's half of 6? 3. That's
Okay, no.
50%.
That's too much maths. It's too much
Okay,
maths.
all right.
I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that math, man. I don't want to see Burning die either, but that has been on our screen for quite a while. 2 Shrines of Wisdom, though, this time around being cleared up by TpaBoTeam. The 28-minute Shrine of Wisdom, that is a significant amount of experience. Sure, it's not, it's not game-breaking at this point because your supports have what they need, but this is a sign that TpaBoTeam are quietly overtaking the map here. All tier 2 towers acquired by them. There's no real way for Paper Tigers to push either.
Alright. So they took 2 Shrines of Wisdom that give 1,120 EXP to 2 players. How much total did they get?
2240, 4,480.
There you go. Look at that. That's good math right there.
The problem is I have the Shrines of Wisdom maths memorized. I'm not calculating them.
That's fine. That's how the math works. It's all memorizing.
The outpost has also been acquired now. TpaBoTeam are starting up really nicely here. And unless your Dragon Knight is able to scale up and do it very quickly, I don't think they'll be able to fight against Bashka, who has that Daedalus and is now going to hit critical mass. Roshan is also going to be up for grabs.
Well, how long has he had the Santa hat? I feel like this is new.
I think it is probably since Dispatch, because I don't think it was there before.
Yeah, I remember. I was like, I don't think I saw it yesterday, but yeah, he's got the Santa hat. Woohoo! Love it. I love it every year when he gets it. It's like this is awesome. However, what's awesome as well is that for Team TpaBoTeam is that they've got an Aegis right now. They've got a very farmed TA. They've got Pugna behind her. This is going to be a very scary push if they decide to go for it. Which, at this point, I don't know what you're waiting for.
Can you go for a direct push without taking someone down? I feel like we don't need to talk a bit too much about that. As the Queen of Pain, BKB, teleport, not going to be successful. There comes the bash that pierces through it by DK Focus, and they're currently going in for the chase. Queen of Pain, CTY has to throw out the Sonic Wave, and now will go for the Blink back, but it's still being chased. DK Focus will find the crush. Terrorize comes out as CTY is going to get glimpsed back and brought down. Immersion, the support Willow is unstoppable, Automo.
Oh no, that is a pretty brutal kill, getting CTY like that. But okay, they bring Bashka. Does have the Aegis though.
He does. That might have stopped the push, but DK Focus does go for the blink in. Decrepify from TpaBoTeam might have worked against them, but his life drain will be enough to take down Burning. And with 2 heroes from Paper Tigers down, the high ground is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, when you're saying like you think they might go down, but you did kill the enemy carry. You took out one of the best defensive supports. You always have to be worried though about the Axe Skywrath combo. That is just so much damage. And of course, we do have that beautiful banner, which now gets upgraded every time Ushan dies.
Right now is the level 1 banner, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think 4 hits on the level 1 banner, 6 on the level 2, and 8 hits on the level 3, if I'm not mistaken. But that is 3 hits to take down Freeze. That is the tankiest hero on Paper Tigers being cleaned up by Bashka in just 3 fell swoops.
And that's also best source of control. Now it's like, oh, okay, all right, there's some control here.
Ooh, but a Glimmer Cape coming out by TpaBoTeam. They were ready, waiting for 7E to bounce.
That's too old. Oh, here we go. Wait.
the banner's still there. They haven't done anything to the banner. No one's targeting it. 7E had the jump on the banner, could have taken it while they were distracted, but now it seems like 7E will be the target. He'll just get taken down as TpaBoTeam, they're collapsing on top of their own high ground. They don't have two strength-based heroes, and the rest of the lineup, they're too squishy. Burning is going to fall. And TpaBoTeam, they might just end up losing this game and losing their series if they don't hold it together.
I mean, how do you hold it together? All right, you have the Axe Skywrath combo and you have the Sonic Wave on top. So it all comes down to freeze. Get us a big call. Anything else than a 3-2-man call is just not enough. CTY in trouble.
He's gonna jump in. CTY will be able to blink out as Freeze goes in. Nice 2-man Berserker's call, but it is still Bashka who is healthy, not got inside of the call, activates the BKB and just dishes out the damage. CTY, who blinked in trying to get a return kill, will not find anything. TpaBoTeam, once again, their Dragonite is going to respawn, but they won't have their offlane.
It's been like they've been really good at staggering kills on TpaBoTeam. You know, they bring down one person, then right when the team is ready to all be up there, they get another kill, and always TpaBoTeam is playing with one person less. However, after the absolute massacre that happens, they say, let's go back.
It's it does feel like this lead has snowballed a bit out of control from a position where it was well within reach for TpaBoTeam, but just that kill on the Queen of Pain, that long-winded chase that resulted in the Queen of Pain falling, I think that just propelled this game out of control.
Yeah, it was like, what, 2,000 gold lead for the Radiant. Now it's like 13,000. It's going to be an Ag Interceptor finished on the side. Look at the net worth, by the way. Look at the bottom. 3 of the Dire's heroes are in the bottom 4.
Yeah, Immersion is... he's found some really good setups on the Willow. And some really good kills. I think he had a really big streak as well. Might still have it, in fact.
He had a great time in the previous game as well, right? He set up the Bashka Echo Kez with that Echo Slash. That was insane. As Bashka's got a double damage. Oh.
That is going to hurt quite a bit. Not sure how TpaBoTeam defend. Unless you come in for a Hail Mary play outside of your base, catch Bashka off guard, because we have seen the Mystic Flare damage be enough at times, and he doesn't have an Aegis.
Not this time. Wind Waker is available on the Dark Willow. Even if you catch him, there's a save. Oh!
Okay, they're not even going to catch him. Static Storm drop down on top. Queen of Pain, CTY instantly going to melt. Freeze trying to run for his life, but none of them will be able to escape. Freeze will call GG as TpaBoTeam will drop down to the lower bracket of the playoffs, and it will be TpaBoTeam to make their way to the upper bracket of the playoffs from group number B.
Congratulations to them. It really didn't feel like there was any sort of threat for them in this game. They're happy. They're celebrating. They know they're going to be guaranteed at least a top 6 finish, as well as 2 chances in the upper bracket. They're going to be joined by Vikings as well as Win. And yeah, it was just a very, very clean series for TpaBoTeam. Both times, I thought they had the weaker draft, but I look at the players like, this is definitely the stronger squad.
Yeah, just it has more recent experience, right? Bashka in Team Nemiga, I know, I've costed them. I know you've costed them. Been quite a recent competitor in CCT and in EPL. Some of the other tier 2 to tier 3 tournaments out there. Meanwhile, Immersion, DK Focus, they're frequently seen in the European circuits, both in show matches and in tournaments. Meanwhile, the rest of the other side, TpaBoTeam, they're legends for sure.
Yes.
But like you mentioned, haven't really been competing outside of, say, 7E, who has been a recent player in the tier 1 circuit. But Dota is no longer a game where one person can carry an entire team, not in a competitive scenario.
I mean, the last time you can say Burning was really serious about Dota was with his time in IG, and that was like 8 years ago. You know, CTY as well has kind of been very inactive since leaving Team Zero. It's just not been the same sort of level I'd expected. An Immersion, 14 kills, 2 deaths, 17 assists. This is the support, by the way, guys. This is not the mid Zeus. This is the support Dark Willow doing all that.
Yeah, it's he certainly had a phenomenal series, like you mentioned, his game number 1 performance was also pretty good. A playmaker through and through. And at times where, the Pudge wasn't available, so DK Focus wasn't playing a hero. I mean, he was sure had the Slardar, but a nerfed version of the Slardar. Immersion did pick up the pace there. Paper Tigers will be dropping down. TpaBoTeam will be the ones to advance to the upper bracket playoffs. They'll actually join Team Vikings, Admiral, Bulldog, and company alongside them, and that would be group number A. I will qualify, I know I said group B, but this was group number A.
Yep. So that just leaves one spot open right now for the upper bracket. It's going to be between Nigma Galaxy versus Team Phoenix, which is going to be our final group stage map. Tomorrow we're going to go off into the playoffs. Nigma Galaxy yesterday looking a little bit lost, and they're going up against Team Phoenix, which I feel like is a very strong Korean squad. Especially, I'm a big fan of Dubu, Forev. I'm like, okay, nice to see them play together. But that's going to be the next match. What we're going to do right now is we're going to take about a 15-20 minute break so the teams can set up. Nigma Galaxy versus Team Phoenix. Winner upper bracket, loser lower bracket. Only one chance in the playoffs. We'll see you guys.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
Welcome back, everyone, to Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, as we do have 3 of the teams settled for the upper bracket of the playoffs. The last series remains between Nigma Galaxy and, of course, the other side to determine who will be going into the last remaining upper brackets. Meanwhile, who will actually be going to the lower brackets as well. That was quite the series we had, Ultimo, between TpaBoTeam and Paper Tigers. But who do you think will be taking it between Team Phoenix and the other side?
Oh, this is a tough one, right? When we look at Nigma Galaxy versus Team Phoenix, I feel like I'm leaning towards Team Phoenix a little bit more. I watched NGX yesterday. I wasn't too impressed with their performance against Win, so I'm going to go with Team Phoenix. I kind of like the name as well, Phoenix, you know, it's pretty good. Maybe they'll rise from the lower bracket into the upper bracket for the playoffs.
There haven't been too many 2-1s. The first day, of course, had quite a few short games happening. The next few days, the teams adjusted, particularly the Eastern teams, you did have a lot of 2-1s. But now again, this is a bit of an East versus East matchup, right? Because Nigma, well, or rather you could say Nigma Galaxy are in the center because they are a Middle Eastern organization. Meanwhile, Team Phoenix, highest achievement by them, of course, has been the 5th to 6th in the international. Certainly quite a big achievement, but one that is matched by the sibling roster of Nigma Galaxy, where you had Sumail, who is a TI winner, but Yobber also reached a kind of a pinnacle point, really going up high in quite a few TIs.
Yeah, I don't know, looking at this match, firstly, it's nice to see a Korean squad in Dota 2. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of South Korean players for a while. You know, when we look at the East, we sort of expect, like you mentioned, the Middle East or China, but it is going to be a South Korean squad. I believe they replaced one of the teams that dropped out, and I'm kind of a fan of Dubu. I watched a little bit of his streams, and he seems like a really cool guy. It's going to be Febby, Forev, QO, as well as MP. I'm like, oh yeah, Forev, it's like Febby is here as well. That's been the name that I haven't seen for a while.
Febby did have a pretty good performance as well, even in the games that they ended up losing. Here we see QO, the mid laner, and again, this tournament, Ultimo, we do have quite a few deaths coming out from a lot of these teams. Meanwhile, quite a lot of assists and kills as well, as Team Phoenix have displayed that they want to fight early on. That wasn't present in the early game, but or rather in the first day, but as the days progressed, Team Phoenix again adapted, and now they, much like the Chinese teams out there, also want to fight really early.
And on the other side, we saw the Nigma Galaxy. Look at the smiles. I think they're all smiling here, except maybe Yuar. So we have Yuar, Weeha, Mind Control, Ayla, as well as Nagato. I think some people call him Aizla. Not sure about the S, which one's if it's silent or not, but that's going to be Yuar. This is... I don't know which game this is from. Maybe it's his best performance. Or maybe it's his plays till now. Either way, 30 kills, 9 deaths, 3 assists. This is overall stats throughout the tournament. So he has been like 30 kills in about 4 matches is a little bit on the low side. But Yuar does play that sort of AFK farming style. He's still playing it in this meta. So nothing gets in between this man and his farm.
Yeah, he has been playing a lot of Abaddons in this tournament, which I think is more traditionally on the farming side. I wonder if they'll go for the Abaddon still, because as we were costing Paper Tigers versus TpaBoTeam, we saw much of the same picks, much of the same bans coming out. It didn't seem like those two teams prefer to change anything up, even with the recent patch that came out yesterday. But let's see if these two teams will switch anything. It does seem, and this is an important distinction to make, Phoenix are coming in with 3 of their players having really good coach experience. And we all know that coaches are the guys behind the scenes, behind the teams that do a lot of preparation with the draft, the changes, do keep up with it, and know how to navigate around those.
Yeah, it is kind of cool that you mentioned that, right? Like with a lot of coaching experience. Sometimes I'm like, every once in a while, I feel like a coach should be playing a match so that they get a feel of what's like, not just, oh, I told you this. I'm like, yeah, but when you play the game, it's different. It's a different feeling entirely. So I like that to see it. I'm hoping these two teams are a bit more experimental. I want to see Slark. I want to see Treant Protector. Hell, give me Ricky. Give me all the new stuff that's been changed.
I would like to see, Treant Protector, Slark, Lone Druid, or a Brewmaster. One of those 4 heroes at least come out, because I'm quite expecting them to see in the other tier 1 tournaments out there. And, because we have a lot of streamer personalities, we should expect a diverse hero pool. Because streamers are usually expected, or not expected, but streamers usually do play several different heroes because, quite frankly, their viewer base demands it. It's just the nature of entertainment. When you're a streamer, you want to be, always keeping your audience on their toes.
It's like, yeah, come on, guys, we want more. I want you to pick different heroes every time. So we will see how they're going to work out here, especially for Dubu, who might be the most experimental or maybe the most popular streamer here.
Interestingly, Nigma Galaxy banned out the Abaddon themselves.
If they feel like they lost to it, maybe he wants to play something a little bit more active to join with the team. The main, I feel like, driving force for Nigma Galaxy is going to be Weeha. We'll see what he's going to be picking. Yesterday, I think he picked the Wind Ranger in one of the games. I'm trying to remember what the other one, but either way, he's going to be like sort of the main aggression point for the team. Phoenix, nothing fancy, nothing crazy. There you go, the Wind Ranger, right off the bat for Nigma Galaxy.
This has been a hero alongside the Disruptor that has been first picked quite a bit. But unlike the Disruptor, the Wind Ranger comes with that flex potential, can go mid, can go carry, can, in my opinion, even go towards an offlane role, but also can be as a support. So as much flex potential as a Nature's Prophet, in fact. But let's see what Phoenix's next ban will be. But more than that, I really do hope that Phoenix don't go for 2 supports right off the bat, because I don't think a team has won in this tournament picking up 2 supports, as their first picks.
You see, if you see the Wind Ranger comes up, you start thinking, okay, what has sort of like guaranteed hit or that you can work with, or maybe I go for mass magic damage instead. We'll see what they want to aim for here for Phoenix. I would like them to pick a Phoenix. It's in the name.
I think they tried it yesterday. Didn't end up working out that well. But they interestingly also banned a Gyrocopter, a hero that they do play with, but don't want it this time around. So both teams will have to adapt, or at least not adapt, since they're banning it out themselves. Both teams do have different plans on what they want to do.
I think for a Disruptor, you like melee attackers who sort of need time to get their damage off. Slark, Ursa, I think like Chaos Knight wouldn't be so bad. I know. So I'm feeling something like that. So you can glimpse back the Wind Ranger, put her in the kinetic field while her Wind Run times out, and then stack up damage from other sources.
But anyone you go for would have to make an MKB, right? That is, for a hero like the Ursa, that means, Battle Fury, Blink, BKB, Basher, MKB. That's like a 5th item. So
yes,
I prefer, what you suggested earlier, which is to take the Wind Ranger out with magical damage, because that can be achieved quite a lot easier.
Agreed. Maybe Lion, not too bad. Lion did get a nice buff as Finger of Death's cooldown was reduced by 10 seconds at level 1. Finger of Death used to be 160-second cooldown. And I was like, this is too much. Like, it needs to be reduced to 2 minutes or even less. And
now, you don't see the Laguna being 160, right? It does similar damage.
Yeah, it's like, why does it work like that? That doesn't seem right. Some are like, oh, well, because Lion scales with Finger. I'm like, what scales? It's like 20 damage extra. What scaling is that? So I'm very glad Lion's Finger got buffed again.
Tusk comes out, and we've seen what the tag team plus focus fire combination does. Even if the Wind Ranger is a support, that tag team can absolutely melt just about anyone, even if it's a core hero. So I would expect, or not expect, but like to see the Tusk and the Wind Ranger play together, irrespective of the role of the Wind Ranger here.
But Tusk has also been kind of awkward to play against the Disruptor. Oftentimes, the snowball target knows he's being snowballed. You throw a kinetic field, you throw a static storm on top of that person. If the Tusk tries to save someone, that's always going to be very awkward as well. So I'm half on the Tusk pick against Disruptor.
It does go both ways though, right? Because the Tusk can use a snowball to save from the glimpse as well. So it feels like it feels like a mental game between both sides, you know, where you want to save the snowball when you see a glimpse coming up, but you also want to use the snowball to initiate.
Yes, I can agree with that. It does feel like it can really go either way. As in the meantime, Phoenix, they add an axe to their options with the Dark Willow. So a lot of control coming out from the Phoenix draft between the axe, the disruptor, as well as the Dark Willow. A lot of kind of disposable stuns as well.
We did see the axe come out last game, and I think the problem for Paper Tigers was that they did not scale in their physical damage while the other side did. They could run into similar troubles because, again, tag team focus fire, depending on what position the Wind Ranger is in, as Nigma Galaxy will pick up that Ursa Warrior. So now there is a bit of dependency on Phoenix to come up with some auras or to come up with some survivability, because the Berserker's Call, I don't think is going to be enough against the Snowball, which is now going to be, in my opinion, should be prioritized as a save mechanism against the Call, against the Glimpse and Static Storm.
Agreed, but a lot of times if Axe jumps in and gets a call, you put the Static Storm on top. So Tusk will need a BKB to jump in and actually save people, which, you know, doesn't seem very likely. And Nigma Galaxy have confirmed that this is going to be a very likely a Wind Ranger mid, because you have the Tusk as well as the Warlock. Phoenix, you could go for mid right now, take something like a Quap, Leshrac, or you can take your carry instead, something good against the Ursa.
Who do you think, because the Abaddon is banned, so perhaps a Troll Warlord? Those are the two heroes I think do well against the Ursa.
I don't like the Troll because you're up against Upheaval, Snowball, and Windrun, right? Like if you're a Troll, there's a lot of things you have to play against. I also...
that's a good one. If you can survive until the late game.
Solid option.
So the question is, do you now, you know, because we see 4 picks here, do you foresee this Terrorblade getting to that Eye of Skadi point, at which point he will be stronger against the Ursa? Because Nigma Galaxy certainly are coming in with so much tempo.
Yes, but no tower damage so far. So if you're Phoenix, you should be able to delay for the Terrorblade a decent amount of time, right? If your Axe can jump in with that Blink Blade Mail, you have really good backline support control from the Dark Willow and Disruptor. So you just need, I feel like you need a Leshrac for Phoenix or a Puck. I think both would work very well for them.
Leshrac, or I prefer the Puck there, because the spells from Nigma Galaxy are so easy to dodge. You know, the Wind Ranger Shackle Shot, you can literally see it coming. The Tusk will snowball in, which is a really unreliable stun. So I really do like the Puck for Phoenix. And not to mention, they have they had the follow-ups for the Dream Call, the Static Storm, the Maze as well. So it does seem like Phoenix can potentially outdraft Nigma Galaxy by that one pick. But what do you think Nigma Galaxy should go for to close out their lineup? Because they see the Terrorblade, the Darkseer is not an option for their own offlane.
Nigma Galaxy will most likely want something like a Centaur, I feel like. Although I don't think that that's good against the Puck in any way, but something Mind Control defaults to. My most likely bet is Nigma Galaxy will take a Tide or a Centaur, because Mind Control he plays a very stable style of offlaner, which is, you know, rarely flashy, but also rarely has a bad performance. But yeah, I'm thinking, okay, Puck or a Leshrac, followed by a Tide or Centaur.
The Edict duration is also increased, right?
Yeah, much worse. From 6 to 7.5 with the facets, which really makes it kind of like meh. You know, it's like, yeah, okay. Oh, Lina, okay, that's fine.
That's not a hero that I was exactly expecting, because if you find the jump on the Lina with the Ursa, then Lina could potentially get burst down without being able to dish out the necessary spells. Not to mention, Light Strike really has such a high cast time animation that the Ursa Warrior should be able to use the Enrage.
I agree. I'm not really... Oh, did Lina? Lina got intelligence gain increased and huge cast range bonus from a Laguna Blade. Holy crap. 600 to 750. That's a
With
big
the
one.
Aether Lens, that's like 1,000 cost range.
With keen-eyed Aether Lens, that's like 1,000,000 cast range. All right, that's Nigma Galaxy. They go for the Phoenix. Is that gonna be Mind Control's hero at the end?
Yeah,
Or
I
is
think
it
it
the-
is.
Oh, there you go. Phoenix off lane. Good hero to have against the Terrorblade. Kinda like you do a lot of damage, magic that's goes through his armor, but he's also pretty damn good against breaking the egg. So,
Lina is also pretty good at breaking the egg, right? The Fiery Soul.
Oh, yes.
The increase in attack speed, terribly naturally high attack speed. And not to mention Mind Control, if he's not careful and he gets hit by, because this is a mid Lina, so naturally you'll have that Aghanim Scepter and you'll have the high cost range. So you can find this Phoenix, and if you land that stun, you can just take the Phoenix out without the egg ever coming into question.
I always feel like it's easier to break the egg than to kill the Phoenix in a game like this when you're Lina, right? You're like, I'd rather he eggs. I'd rather he egg. I hit him 5 or 6 times and he's dead. Rather than I throw out my spells, he eggs last second. I've used Laguna Blade. I'm like, let me just egg. Overall, Nigma Galaxy solid team fight with the Warlock and the Phoenix. I like it. Decent save, kind of durable draft, very balanced. Phoenix, more like individual based. Forev has a lot on his shoulders. QO and the supports can follow up, but if he doesn't get a good call, it kind of becomes a hard game. Despite all that, I'm leaning Phoenix. I feel like Phoenix will take game 1.
For me, I think it depends on the timings that both teams are playing for, or rather the timings that both teams can achieve, because Nigma Galaxy, quite frankly, with an Ursa Warrior, it is straightforward in the sense that you will be playing for the mid game. And if you're able to acquire the advantage, say maybe a 10,000 lead by that 30-minute mark, then perhaps you're going to be in a favorable position. But if for any reason that MP is able to farm up, get to that Eye of Skadi, I don't think that I've ever seen an Ursa Warrior win from that point onwards.
Yeah. Terrorblade is just... I agree with you. It seems like he's the stronger carry between him and the Ursa. But Ursa does have a new shard. Did you read about it?
What does the shard do?
When you Earth Shock, you apply 3 stacks of Fury Swipe, but you don't get that 1 second of enrage like you did before.
I would actually think that's a nerf.
Agreed.
I mean, it's a nerf in the sense that you can't survive, which is the benefit of the enrage, that's short enrage, but
Yes.
his burst damage has increased with the three Fury Strikes. Because 3 Fury Strikes are, correct me if I'm wrong, an additional, 60 damage?
It's something like that. It's quite a lot. Like, definitely damage-wise, you're better. But I agree with you that I think I'd rather have a defensive option than more offense as Dubu. I think they spot him out. There's a ward there. Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, Forev got separated.
Oh,
He
no.
went for the bounty rune while his team went back. Febi will drop down the maze as it will catch Isla, and he won't be able to close the distance. He did take that tag team. The shot, or rather arrow, from the Wind Ranger will slow Forev down, but in the end, I think that mistake of that skill point from the Tusk is going to mean that Nigma Galaxy don't end up with what would have been an easy first blood.
Oh no, he took Ice Shard, but he blocked the north point, and Forever was able just to go to the left, which was kind of crazy. He's like, oh yeah, I'll just be fine.
Oh man. Still, Phoenix will be happy with that one, but I would hope that their communication does get a bit, sorted out, because when you're going in with your entire team, you have to be on the same page, right? You
Yes.
can't have one person going for the bounty rune and the other heroes backing away.
No, they definitely left Forever a little bit there as the teams looking good,
Yeah, I don't
There's
mind.
love.
I don't mind taking a look at these. I would have liked to see this team play a lot more than when they, decided to go their separate ways, or rather decided to end their competitive journey. It did feel a bit too short. Similar to this, to the, I could say the same thing. You see Mr. Yaver on the right there. Would have definitely loved to see him compete even more after Quincy Crew, after the one TI. I think he had one more TI run, but I would have loved to see him even more.
Yeah, it was like 8th place at TI. Again, you know, there was a Sumail Bowl, which everyone, that was I think TI 10, everyone was hyped up about it. And then the brothers went, you know, against each other. Good luck, little bro.
Yeah.
Oh, tears.
Oh man. Was not ready for that one. You know, he could have just simply GG'd out, not said anything, but he had to hit us with the little bro. Meanwhile, Dubu rather, is getting hit by quite a few hits from Mind Control. The slows from the Fiery Spirits are on him, and Mind Control will draw first blood. Dubu will give up the lead to Nigma Galaxy on this offlane, as MP can't exactly do much to protect his Disruptor.
This is a very strong lane for Nigma Galaxy. This Tusk Phoenix combo up against a Disruptor who kind of really doesn't do too much. Like, you glimpse one, okay, we'll dive or snowball. Like, we don't mind. The Terrorblade's high armor, but there's a ton of magic damage coming out from these two. I say a ton, but you know, mostly defeating, providing that magic damage.
Nigma Galaxy are also winning the last hit exchange, as more impressively, the Wind Ranger QO is just gonna get killed by Weehaw. That was a very impressive. Surprising he went for the kill shot rather than the entangled facet.
But I mean, he wouldn't have got that with the entangled facet.
Yeah,
you know.
That is true. That is true.
Actually, that's a good point you mentioned. But one of the things that Terrorblade does is he tends to play around that 40-30% health point, right? To get those good Sunders off. Kill shot is really good when in situations like that. You want to go low? That's okay. I'll just kill you.
Would certainly punish the Terrorblade if he's playing for the Sunder, which might mean that you have to switch around your playstyle. But I wonder how, because the Terrorblade is very unidirectional in that sense. He wants to lure you into that false sense of security. Topside, a bit of poke and prod, but you can't actually prod back against Nagato when he does have those bonds on you.
No, it's one of the nice things about the Warlock, right? You throw Fatal Bond, and suddenly, unless there's dispels, you kind of instantly lost the trade if you're Fatal Bond to a few creeps.
Not to mention with the ever-increasing damage coming in from the swipes, that means the trades get even worse with every hit that comes across on you.
Nigma Galaxy so far, just overall, much better laning phase. As this is gonna be right. He's okay.
Just dishing out the focus fires, or not the focus fires, the power shots.
Power shots. Yeah.
17 lost hits for the Ursa. Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm having that too, where I say the wrong name of the spell. You know, they're like, oh, wait, what was this called again? Static field? They're like, no, static storm. Like, oh, kinetic field? They're like, no, yeah, that one's right. That one's right.
And then when you see Kez picked up and you suddenly remember he has like 10 spells, which are all, you know, Kazurai, Shodosai. Like, how am I supposed to? It takes me back to, you know, medical school where you had Greek names that are still applied for things that really shouldn't be. Just because it makes it so complex to actually learn, because there's so much of it to learn.
But we're not changing it because everyone else calls it that, so you have to learn how to call it that, even though you think, why can't we just
MP?
MP!
MP is going to go down. Snowball is what will be his end. Isla will end up with the kill, and Nigma Galaxy are dominating this offlane as well as having won their mid lane.
When you combine fire and ice, you get that combination. Terrorblade is like, I don't even know what's hurting me, but I know it hurts all over.
Turns into a beautiful song. As I mean, the lost hits have been recovered by QO. The only problem is he always has to be careful of not falling too low because the Wind Ranger has the power shot or the kill shot. Topside, Yover wanted to close Febby out, but Forev needs to be careful too. Because in the kind of, you know, we have seen the trouble that the Save Your Buddy syndrome can land you in.
Yeah. I think I misjudged the two teams' strength. I thought that Phoenix came in with a more impressive group. And by the way, Songs of Ice and Fire, I sure can't wait to get the next book. Is it coming out for Christmas?
I don't think so.
Oh, I didn't say Christmas this year. You know, I mean, like eventual Christmas. Eddie
Yobber
Christmas
wants
Yobber?
to try to run. He is outnumbered here. Febby uses the Shadow Realm hit to take Yobber out. Forev will be able to pick up the kill, and Nagato is going to be held in by the call. There is a stun, an impending one on him, but he will fall even before it procs. Meanwhile, Weehaw does come in, but again, he is outnumbered. Dubu will just glimpse the Wind Ranger back. Is there going to be another power shot? It gets sent out, and Weehaw will snipe Dubu. Weehaw coming in. That is he. I didn't know he was playing a sniper.
Yeah, he's not. He's just built in as a sniper, you know, like as QO.
QO, the shards unfortunately will block Weehaw's entry, but the shards will expire. And as Isla does fall, he has set up for Nigma Galaxy to take QO out. But the light strike array, but another power shot coming in by Weehaw.
3 power shot kills so far by Weehaw. Very impressive. He has half the team's kills. Certainly feels like the most impactful player for them. And we mentioned this in the draft, where Weehaw is going to be the main point of aggression for his team.
Certainly seems like every team in Games of the Future is coming in with their own skill shot displays, right? It's TpaBoTeam with their Pudge. It's Nigma Galaxy who are building up Weehaw. Rostic as well with that IO as well. Certainly very impressive, as it will be Nagato who is in trouble. Dubu, meanwhile, focus fired down by Weehaw, and now
Power shot
perhaps Weehaw won another power shot. Can it take Febby out? It will.
There you go.
Weehaw ends up with a double kill as Forev is being dove upon inside of his tier 2 tower, but I think Isla has just overextended. Another power shot comes in. Weehaw ends up with a triple kill, 3 power shots and 3 kills on towards Phoenix.
They steal the Shrine of Wisdom, by the way, and beautifully used by move by Isla. He uses the Smoke of Deceit to dodge the hit on the tower that would have 100% killed him, by the way. Now, QO has been farming on this Lina, but I feel like your team is feeling a lot of pressure. Oh, there's a golem. There's
Chaotic offering as well as an egg, and the shards will hold MP in place. The Terrorblade had simply no chance whatsoever, and I feel like neither does Dubu. Nagato will end up with a double kill, and with the Chaotic offering, the Golem drops down, the tower already low. This is big advantages all around for Nigma Galaxy. Meanwhile, QO, I don't think he was going to get the kill on Weehaw. He had the win run. Meanwhile, Mind Control is now going to go in, has overextended, but that was a bait. Weehaw. The Phoenix set up for yet another power shot, and that is a 7-kill streak, 8 minutes in, Atomo.
Did you see the assist golds, by the way? You know, the bottom lane, there was a kill, they killed a support, and the shared golds for 2 people was 74. That means each one of them gets 37 gold for assisting. It's really, you know, things are more expensive and you get less gold. Okay, now that's like real inflation in Dota right now.
Wages have stagnated. Let's just put it at that.
Dubu?
Towards the side, Dubu is in danger. MP, though, he is there to provide some support, but does not have the Sunder. But they don't know that, of course, as Isla will end up falling. Nigma Galaxy did not bring in the sufficient amount of numbers, but now they finally do. With Weehaw having the amplified damage rune, Yobber wants to wrap around, but is going to get hit in range. Does dispel away the stun, though.
Yeah, they just
but both teams will disengage.
Yeah, they just killed the Tusk, and they all got 147 gold split among 3 players. That means each one gets 49 gold. You're like, come on, guys, what is this?
It's not good. It actually makes the Terrorblade rotation not worth it at all. He would have gotten more gold by just farming up a creep wave.
Yeah, if you didn't get the tower, you're not really exerting map control in that situation. And as you mentioned, the assist gold is not really... It's just low. It's so low right now. Cores, this is gonna feel like a core patch with the way the game is going, because cores are more likely to get kills, and they're just gonna be richer and richer. As QO,
will get kills back though, mid dive, and I think QO will stay safe. At the same time, Isla is moving in, but there's limited numbers here from Nigma Galaxy. The Wind Ranger Weehaw will pick up the Arcane Rune. He's building up quite the bounty on his head, and I wonder where they'll actually head towards.
I guess They're looking at bottom, but there's a ward that they walk through. There's no tower. They changed their mind. They're going to go mid. I think that is the wiser move for Nigma Galaxy. Yep,
As QO may not be suspecting anything, a power shot, a chaotic offering, a walrus punch to take QO out.
An 85 gold split per hero. You know, he has like, really? 85?
Almost makes it a hard, a kind of hard requirement for your support not to grab the kill.
Tower
Yes.
is under attack.
If your support gets kills that they shouldn't, like in the old days, I felt like assist gold was not like a kill, but close enough. You're like, yeah, it's not bad. But now assist gold is like garbage early on. As Forev,
Middle tower has
just
fallen.
be careful here.
There is a disruptor on the other side, and with QO also making his play here, I think it might just be Yobber who ends up in danger. Mind Control is going to sense something though, as he will teleport through the gate to assist the Ursa Warrior, and Yobber will see the Light Strike, or not the Light Strike array, but the Dragon Slave, and will just go back.
The Twin Gate is much better this patch. It costs 30 mana rather than 75. And it does get refunded if cancelled, so I really like the changes to the Twin Gate.
You said something that I hope Valve didn't hear, but you said 30 gold, and I feel like we might actually, sometime in the future come to a point where you have to pay gold to travel through the gate.
Oh, MP?
MP though, there's the power shot. It did not take him out, but MP trying to run away, has the fire spirits on him, but has the Lotus coming in from his team. Another fire spirit and the power shot. This time around, it won't even be needed. Mind Control is the one that will take MP out.
I like that Weehaw was worried about the Sunder, so he was trying to keep his distance, but it's like, he doesn't even have it as QO. Diffusal slow, dodge with the snowball, looking... Oh, yeah, it lives actually.
Yeah, there is... okay, the power shot is gonna miss. The power shots, it seems like Phoenix are adjusting. They are expecting Weehaw's power shots now.
It's very mean of Mind Control to pick the Phoenix, the game against a team called Phoenix. You know, it's like, come on, dude, that's not right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But Atomo, how would you feel if the gate costs gold? Oh, I'll have to hold that thought. Weehaw, or rather, no, I don't have to hold that thought because that was a confirmed kill.
Top
side,
lane, Forev.
Forev in, again, these kills, the amount of damage coming up by Nigma Galaxy is just too much. They have it all. Magical damage, physical damage, overtime damage, as well as burst damage.
Dire are
They got a lot.
scanning.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Radiant's
Yeah,
top
they
tower
even
is
have
under
threshold damage.
I wouldn't mind if the Twin Gate actually had a guy collecting money. Whoa, the Golem picked up. Mind Control.
Quite a
Stack
few
Storm.
ancient creeps also being contested, but Mind Control will give up a lot of experience with his death.
With glimpse.
And there's another glimpse on top of the Warlock, but a snowball save temporary only. Nagato is still alive, but the dunk comes in by Forev. Another dunk coming in on towards the Tusk. It's not a fall. A killing spree going towards Forev, as that is a nice little recovery being found by the Axe.
Mind Control, that's 2 times where I feel like he dove into a really bad situation. As I do think that Weehaw has done a sort of really good job of setting the tempo for the team. And then Mind Control was like, let me dive in, bros! And did you see what Isla did? Nagato was walking away. He's like, no, come with me in the snowball. You'll be safe.
Especially in a position where you did not have your Wind Ranger or your Ursa. So, really, the play there was seemed a bit futile by Nigma Galaxy. Now,
Well,
Isla
he's-
could be in trouble.
Spirit Vessel. He's gonna be okay. Oh, I wouldn't mind if the gate cost gold, but there has to be like a guy who takes the gold. Like whenever you use the Twin Gate, some guys like hand pops out. You put, there's an animation. You put gold, and then by the time it's finished, you teleport.
Like a secret shop guy.
Yeah.
You know,
there has to be a guy. who's like-
it has to be a display of inflation also affecting the in-game characters.
You go there, he's like, who wishes the gate? And you're like me.
It's like
30
crafting
gold.
the Reaver has gotten too expensive. Now I'm back to collecting the Twin Gate gold now.
That'd be pretty fun. Now, in terms of net worth, it's not too good for Mr. MP. We talked about like the matchup between the Terrorblade and the Ursa. We were saying like it really is. Oh,
MP
does have Sunder.
But the Diffusal Blade is taking away all of his mana. He doesn't have the mana for the Sunder. No support coming in for Weehaw to follow up though, but there was plenty of support coming in by Phoenix. And
That's
that will mean the Derby stays alive.
It's an interesting move for Weehaw because Diffusal Blade does burn, is like most of your damage against the Terror Blade. He's all, he's high armor. So once he burned all the mana, he started tickling him. And, MP was like, what are you trying to do, bro? Like, this doesn't hurt me at all.
And interestingly, the Diffusal Blade is no longer a counter to the Medusa on any other hero apart from the Wind Ranger because illusions don't have mana break anymore.
Oh no, it still counts as the Medusa, like Pangolier, Swashbuckle, and all that. Oh, nice egg, I think.
Egg comes out, but instantly gets popped too. Meanwhile, QO is going to be in danger, taken out all alone by Isla. As the rest of the Nigma Galaxy do descend upon Phoenix, the Willow will be able to make it out, but Dubu won't be so lucky, and the battle is not over as Weehawk comes around from the side. Febby is in danger, so too is Forever. He's going to be sent up into the air by a punch and should end up going down. 4 heroes from Phoenix as they collapse on that top side.
Is under attack.
Reminder, this was the first pick Wind Ranger. It's not like Weehawk the last pick, he first picked this hero. And we mentioned it, it's like, it's quite well known that he's going to go for something very flashy. He's going bottom lane as MP Shackle. What?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Cancels
He
the
is
TP.
still alive though. Yeah, he cancelled the TP. Dubu is actually going to end up falling instead. As MP is looking for the Sunder, but needs to be careful. He doesn't have too much mana.
Oh, poor Dubu. Shows up, he's like, I'll save you. And then they go, okay, we'll just kill the Disruptor then.
What I meant about the Medusa was the fact that traditional illusion-based counters aren't, going to be countering a Medusa anymore. Like Phantom Lancer, Terror Blade, for example, if you were to go to a Diffusal Blade on him. Like people who build a Diffusal Blade into a Manta style, essentially.
Yes.
And the Anti-Mage just got nerfed, so it's a good time to pick up a Medusa. But then again, I feel like the Medusa has always been a viable pick in the meta.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Anti-Mage. I mean, the level 15 talent is better. The only thing is you lost Counterspell on allies. I think that's not so bad.
Oh, is it only on allies?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I think it's fine. I think the Anti-Mage is more or less the same, I feel.
Yeah. Because, let's be honest, how many Anti-Mages were actually counterspelling their allies? Very, very few.
How many Anti-Mages were even around to counterspell their allies,
Yeah.
It's a true Templar, I would say. Meanwhile, Roshan is under threat, and it doesn't seem like Phoenix are postured to defend. So they will let the Aegis go by, making the next 5 minutes crucial to just keep stabilized unless you want to give a big lead, which to be fair is already a 7,000 lead up for Nigma Galaxy.
Tower is under attack.
Phoenix, I'm having a hard time figuring out how they're going to win this. It's going to come down to, as we mentioned before, Forev, that jump in, roar, bring them together, make a static storm, have a light strike array on top if you can, but it's got to come down to Forev. A good call wins the fight, a bad call, you instantly lost.
And also the pressure on the Lina must be high, but again, this was, it was a bit strange why they went for a last pick Lina. It has no survivability for the expectation to be a frontline damage dealer.
Great. My thinking is that they wanted the Lina to help get that burst magic damage against the Wind Ranger. It hasn't really worked so far. Weehaw hasn't died, so...
Oh, Lina QO is gonna get caught up, and Weehaw doesn't even need to be close by. He just needs the power shots to come in from afar.
Shot through the heart. And who's to blame?
The Pickers. Or rather, I don't think... Sure, the Lina might be not the ideal pick in this scenario, but I think Weehaw is just playing out of his mind.
Definitely. I mean, he's the highest net worth hero in this game, and almost all... No, I'm not going to say almost all his gold, because a huge portion of his gold is kill gold.
Radiant structures.
I think he has 10 kills or so, or 11, 12 maybe?
12.
Oh, man. 12
12
out of 22. Like 50% of the kills here. Less, but around 50%.
More than 50%. 12 out of 22 is more. 11 would be 50%.
That is true. This is why you're the mathematician. mathematician.
I mean,
Not the mathematician. We know who the mathematician is.
Oh, here we go. Mind control is fine. Just goes out.
He is.
Oh, I
In
think,
fact, he's so fine, Automo, he's gone for the Boots of Travel as his first item.
yes, he's finishing the Shiva's Guard after. He's like, I love Shiva's Guard on Phoenix as you are. Gets the kill on the Tormentor. It goes to Isla. Solid. I think it's a decent shot.
Yeah, Isla is going to be more than happy with that. Shiva's for the Phoenix is going to make these disengagements even harder for Phoenix. As QO is farming up in the opponent's triangle, he will be able to blink away though.
What does the do you remember what the Lina shard does, or is it more
I think
damage?
it's... I'll have to actually check.
I'll check.
I did remember at some point what the Lina Shard did. I think it's an upgrade to her Fiery Soul.
Are scanning.
But it's for Ev who is in trouble. Topside, tier 2 tower. The snowball comes out, but the Static Storm gets placed down, making it harder to take for Ev down. He is going to stay safe as Weehaw will miss the power shot, and Isla will be the casualty. In exchange, Nigma Galaxy don't actually get what they want, but they do end up with a Shrine of Wisdom.
Middle tower is
Ah,
under attack.
the Lina shard is that when you use
Dire's
Laguna
bottom
Blade,
tower
the
is
damage
under
you deal
attack.
becomes a barrier. So if you do like 800 damage with the Laguna Blade, you have an 800 damage barrier applied to yourself. It's pretty good defensive ability, actually.
Yeah. But it also depends on how much damage. It depends on how much damage you deal, right? So,
Yes.
for example, if the enemy has a Glimmer, you only deal about what 100, 200, so your barrier also is reduced.
Yes, I feel like that is how it's going to go.
Weehaw, that is a lot of damage on towards the Wind Ranger. He'll be able to activate the BKB and charge on forward still, as for Ev is looking for the entry with the Berserker's Call. But with Yobber having the Aegis, it makes it difficult for Phoenix to actually fight back. They don't have their ultimates, no Laguna, no Static Storm.
They have. The thing with Galaxy was they still have the egg, but Phoenix is nowhere around. Mind Control is kind of doing his own thing right now. And I think Team Phoenix is very grateful. They're like, yes, please don't join with your Shiva's Guard. We have no answers to that right now. Oh, I believe that Shiva's Guard doesn't deal bonus damage to illusions like it used to. They got some sort of nerf like that. Yes, it doesn't deal extra damage to illusions. That is a nerf to the item.
They're going to go in on towards QO. They have actually found the Lina. And Isla will be able to take him out. Tier 2 tower as well. Nigma Galaxy, they're constantly waiting in for the pounce, Automo. And I think Phoenix should recognize that. And they can't have their front line placed in as a Lina. I suppose it is a 4 protect 1 draft. But you can't be sacrificing these many kills just for your Terrorblade to continue farming.
Especially when it feels like maybe the Lina is more of a win condition than MP, but that's dead too.
That is. The Lina just died there.
Bottom tower
You know, like
94 gold
Radiant's middle
assists.
tower
That's
is under
nothing.
it's just. The problem is Nigma Galaxy aren't starved for gold anymore. A Phoenix Egg comes out, Static Storm is going to whiff as they have caught up with MP and they will be able to take him down. Phoenix are collapsing now. 14,000 lead for Nigma Galaxy, up ahead on their win condition by a significant margin.
This is getting very, very, very scary. I mean, it's been scary for a while, but 14,000 gold lead for Nigma. If you're Phoenix, you might have like one more fight in the tank. Maybe it could be a Roche fight, could be a base defense, but you really can't afford to give them any more. You're
Radiant's
so far
top
behind.
tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower, the last one of the game, now collected by Nigma Galaxy 2.
I was looking, I was like waiting. So what's 50% of 24?
12?
Yay! Somehow it's more complicated when it's 22, huh?
Yeah, it is. Because 4 divided by 2 is 2. But 1 divided by 2 has a sneaky decimal point then, you know?
Yeah,
So
it does. Alright, we'll smoke up. Phoenix, try to make a move here.
I feel like this has to work out, because if it doesn't, you're going to be too far behind.
They are very far behind. And if they get a kill on Isla, what a blink! No way.
He will be glimpsed back though, and there is no way he makes it out. It is just a support, but this time around the assist goal is quite a bit. You still have a counter initiation coming into play. Terrorize comes out on towards the Wind Ranger, and they can potentially take Weehawk down, but he's able to activate the BKB and turn things around. Can he make his escape out of this one though? Because he does seem to be in a bit of trouble. He is going to get glimpsed back to his death as QO is able to fight back. Meanwhile, Yobber is still able to go to work with his claws. Nigma Galaxy will still be able to come up with the win.
That is a 4 versus 5 fight, and they trade 1 for 3 in that situation. Cannot feel good for Phoenix Gaming. Now, Nigma Galaxy, they're not going to be able to actually convert those kills into anything useful. And... oh, wait.
He can't. Okay, he doesn't have the Laguna. And I feel like that's the biggest problem of the Lino in competitive scenarios. Because in Bob games, sure, you know, because you can play so incredibly risky and the other side isn't going to be so well coordinated, you can go around catching Laguna plays.
Yes.
But in a competitive setting, it's so hard to do that because the other side is going to be grouped up.
And not only that, but they itemize better, right? Like a raindrop, a glimmer, and suddenly that Laguna blade is like, it's okay. You know, it's like, I'll shrug it off. What is it, 300-400 magic damage? It's not the biggest deal in the world. Meanwhile, Roshan is going to be about 1 minute and 20 seconds. Nigma Galaxy, that might be the death blow they're waiting for. Get the Roshan, go and hammer those barracks and win the game.
What do you think Phoenix need to do to turn things around?
I mean, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but I still feel like it comes down to the axe. Axe, call into static storm. The problem is, you don't actually have like an Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Meanwhile, though, MP, he has got a Manta style on this Terror Blade. If he gets a BKB, that'll help a lot, I think. Alright, in the meantime, what are going on here for Nigma Galaxy? Just taking the Twin Gates, which is much cheaper than before. You know, only 30 mana. Even a dumb hero like Tusk can use it. He's like, ah. Alright. Let's see what we're working with here as Taltris. Why don't you tell us what you're seeing?
Well, I'm seeing Febby trying to escape with his life, but it's a bit difficult to make it out of here. I don't think he'll be able to. I think he's just gonna fall.
Oh, really? He's right there.
Oh. Okay, no, my it was a bit shaky on my end.
Ah, yes, of course, yes. No. As MP, this could be a risk here for him. Golem's dropped. They're going for it.
But the response is coming in. They have the Light Strike Array, and they'll be able to take the toss down. Meanwhile, Yobber jumps in, and the Phoenix is going to follow pursuit of MP, who will end up getting taken out. Phoenix, they're going to lose their mid laner as well. And every single time, Automo, it seems like they get breadcrumbs, while Nigma Galaxy end up taking the main course.
Radiant's top
Yep,
tower
it's
is
like you said, they jump, Isla jumps in, they get a kill. You're like, okay, this is kind of nice. But then the egg shows, sorry, not the egg, the Phoenix shows up, uses the Sun Ray, you have your War, BKB jumping into the Static Storm, and they just don't care. Relatively long
and now the
time.
tier 3s are going to be besieged. It's so hard, right? Because Yobber is so far ahead. And he can this is the point where the Ursa Warrior can itemize in numerous ways to depending on what kind of a threat he faces. He can go for the Abyssal, the Aghanim Scepter, the MKB, Nullifier as well.
Oh, I just realized something. I think whoever carries the Aegis should get a Santa hat. What do you think?
I think that was a thing, right? Some time ago, several years ago.
It feels like it was, but I mean, I'm not seeing it here right now. So either you can do whoever gets the killing blow on Roshan, or whoever picks up the Aegis. I prefer the Aegis, honestly.
Oh, I actually got it. You know, instead of the secret shop guy next to the gate, there should be Santa.
But Santa gives. He doesn't take from us, does he?
See, that's what they don't. That's what they want you to believe.
Okay, yeah. So Santa is he's like some sort of capitalist guy. He's like trying to take all our money. Oh, okay.
30
Well-
minutes in, 20,000 lead, Aegis up for grabs. They do have a solid high ground defense. And Nigma Galaxy, they need to find a kill before they can head up there. Abyssal Blade now picked up by Yavor, as he has the lockdown necessary to take anyone out, apart from, say, the TB or the Axe.
I'm realizing a few things, and one of them is that this patch is significantly slower than the previous one. With the the tier 4s getting extra armor and kills giving less gold, it does feel like people are going to ramp up slower compared to before.
Tusk into the air, but Yavor jumps in. He has the Lina in his claws. The BKB will cancel out the glimpse, and there QO goes. Down for about 70 seconds as Nigma Galaxy have gotten the opening they need to head towards that high ground.
Just jump in, kill them one by one.
Ayla jumps in, so does Mind Control. He has that AoE damage alongside that BKB. Once he pops the egg, it's going to be difficult for Phoenix to fight back. MP cannot hit that egg. And in fact, Yavor's going to jump in and they'll actually take MP out before he can come out with the Sunder. That might just be the game, Atomo.
All 3 of their cores dead. Phoenix not yet thrown in the... Oh, there you go. Instantly throws in the towel, just as we were saying it. I came in kind of expecting Phoenix to do a little bit better. I thought their players were more... I haven't seen them for a while, but based on what I saw from Nigma Galaxy yesterday, I thought they might be not on the same page, but nope. Weehaw in the front, Mind Control with the damage. I don't know, 15 power shot kills. We'll see the stats in just a minute. Very impressive by Nigma.
Definitely the MVP for this game in my book. Just the amount of power shots, or rather the amount of kills he was able to acquire. I'm surprised that, after the first few power shots, the other side, they weren't able to adapt to it. Phoenix were just constantly getting hit by those power shots. And at some point, 1 kill, 2 kill, 3, 5, 7, you should be expecting that power shot sooner or later.
No one expects that mile far power shot to come out. Weehaw 15, 1 and 5. I like that he's got 15 kills and only 5 assists. He's like, no, I'm sorry, I'm just coming in with the power shot kills from a mile away. Much deserved. At one point he was 12-0, which was insane. Sets up so much space for his team. He did what QO wanted to do with the Lina, which is run around, create chaos, but it was all Weehaw. Kudos to Nigma. 1 victory in their in their hands. They just need another. They just need another to secure the top spot. Or at least the upper bracket in the playoff.
And the rest of their lanes did do pretty well. Yavor had a phenomenal game. Mind Control had a phenomenal offlane. Everyone from Nigma Galaxy came together. The last remaining slot for the upper brackets is available right now. Nigma Galaxy are just 1 game away. Phoenix will have to win the next game and take Nigma Galaxy to that game number 3. But it's looking to be pretty hard. Can they manage to come back? We will be going to a short break before we find out.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
Welcome back, everyone, to Phygital International's Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, where we are on the cusp of deciding our lost upper bracket contender. Nigma Galaxy one game up against the Phoenix, and the Phoenix have to mount up a comeback in order to keep themselves in the contention for the upper brackets. Otomo, do you think they can manage it after that performance by Weeha?
We'll have to look at the draft. I imagine they're going to focus on making sure Weeha doesn't get the heroes he likes. No Wind Ranger, no Meepo, nothing too flashy. It's like they'll be like, Weeha, can you play Viper? Please just play Viper. That's what we can deal with right now. We'll see how they're going to work with the draft. Nigma Galaxy, I imagine they're going to be cooking something good though.
Interestingly, you bring about the point of just picking up a very safe hero to play in order to win the lane. That's what Team Trava tried in their second game against Vikings. They literally picked up a Viper, Otomo, and Vikings picked up a Leshrac. And despite of that matchup, Vikings destroyed Trava Team's mid lane.
There's still differences between players, even at this high of a skill level. You know, you can be like, of course, it could be a matchup. Sometimes one player is just having a really good game, the other one's having a really rough time, and that's how it works out. A couple of ruins go in favor of the dominating squad, but yeah, you can have a bad matchup and still go. I've seen Huskar lose to Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, you can always lose the matchup. But I would, on Phoenix's side, their laning phase has seemed pretty strong in the entire tournament. So I'm not sure what quite went wrong for them. But at the very least, they will come out with a respect ban against Weeha. And at least we'll be able to take that hero out. But Weeha has quite the diverse hero pool.
Yeah. I don't think that they're really going to be able to bat everything he wants to play against. You're just going to have to accept that he's going to get something he likes and try to draft against it rather than try to ban it. Alright, let's see. The Shadow Demon comes out, no save. Nigma Galaxy, just a couple of strong laners along with the Abaddon, something so that Phoenix cannot run over them with that 15 minutes radiance that we've seen.
What kind of a strategy do you think Phoenix... Or I honestly, I just think that if they had a different mid laner, then the entirety of the game would have appeared different. This is a good hero to start off with.
Yes.
A Timbersaw, highest contention rate in Dream League, at least before this patch came about. First pick material, so much damage, so much sustain, ability to build auras, has everything really packed into this one hero.
Yeah, honestly, Timbersaw is still a little broken in my eyes. He did get nerfed a little bit this patch. I think he gets less damage when he cuts trees, but the hero seems just a little bit too strong. He does way too much damage for how durable he is. As Nigma Galaxy, all right, let's start with Mr. Invoker.
This is not really a hero that... there is no other lane for the Invoker to play. Sure, there was a time where you had support Invokers come out, but I think this is very much going to be that big, statement pick coming out by Nigma Galaxy that they're going to first pick an Invoker. They are going to be going on the mid lane. They are going to destroy with this Invoker, and there isn't a thing that Phoenix can do about it.
Now, I'm wondering if Nigma's going to consider a Luna. When it comes down to the matchup between like a carry and the Timbersaw, Luna does pretty well. She has that Eclipse for massive magic damage. Lucent Beam is a nice mini stun from a big distance. Ursa's not available. Jara's not available. She's kind of durable. She builds like Manta, Ag Scepter. These are all nice stat items. We'll see. If they ban Terrorblade, that usually indicates Luna's coming.
You think it's going to be a Scepter Luna?
Yes. In general, I think the Scepter Luna is, in my opinion, the superior way to play it. But of course, there are, circumstances, blah, blah, blah. But you want to go Scepter first in about, 80% of the games. After, of course, a Manta and a Mask of Madness.
Luna was, I would say, buffed up a little bit. Her talents did get pushed upwards. Meanwhile, her lunar orbit is pretty strong. So her one-to-one carry ability is really good. But I wonder how well the Luna would be able to survive against a Timbersaw in the lane.
You can have like a Clockwork or something like that. I think you can do fine against him. It's not too bad, as instead it's going to be the Enigma being banned by the Nigma boys.
Do you think they'll pick up another Phoenix? Should certainly be an interesting pick. I mean, you can build up the vessel. You don't necessarily have to play the Phoenix on the offlane role like they did last time around.
I wouldn't mind. I would like to see the Phoenix again, but I think that the vessel builder is going to be Weehaw on Invoker. He doesn't strike me as a guy who's going to stay far behind, getting his spells ready, and he's going to want to be in the thick of it, trying to get kills, not just farming up ags to get a Cataclysm sort of style. Although, actually, Nigma Galaxy could take the Faceless Void. It's in the pool. It's a comeback mechanic. Not too bad.
But Faceless Void just takes so long to farm up. I mean, sure, once you hit critical mass, it does seem like the Faceless Void is just so good to take the game with. But do you think the Void can actually be a viable carry? Can Phoenix take it to the late game in a scenario where Nigma Galaxy just seem to be so strong in the early to mid game?
Well, now we'll see what Nigma Galaxy has to... They have to now draft against the Faceless Void. They have the save from the Pug now. They have the Invoker as well with the Tornado to affect, the Faceless Void inside the Chronosphere. I think you're gonna need... Do you want Oracle? Oracle's okay. You don't want the Luna anymore. You want something else, something a little bit more durable, like a Life Stealer. Yeah, I think something like an Oracle Life Stealer would be the best.
Oracle just for that false promise.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid save. And the
What
damage
about a Doom?
A Doom. Did you see the changes to Doom?
The Aghanim Scepter is just buffed up massively, right?
Yeah, more damage now when you get it. And there's no more Devil's Bargain, the facet. So you have to pick between Gluttony or Impending Doom.
But I think the 680 pure damage per second for 16 seconds sounds a bit too much. Like it's 1,000 pure damage that you can't do anything against.
No, and also it's AoE, right? Because it is the Acceptor, so it affects everyone. I mean, well, not everyone close by. As Nigma Galaxy, they go for a Lion. All in on this mass burst damage. Lion solid against these heroes, but high risk. Easily caught, not easily caught, but easily disposed of once caught.
At the same time, Lion has always been one of those good heroes against the Faceless Void, because what the Faceless Void is now going to be pressured to do is when he time walks in, he has to drop the Chrono down, because otherwise he'll just get hit by that Hex, and then your entire team fight which you're building up around your Chrono is going to collapse.
Here it comes out. On the other side, I feel like you want to, go Phoenix or Snapfire, but no, they have a Timber Saw. They see the matchup, they know it's going to be Invoker, so they say, all right, we want an Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit versus Invoker.
It's a good matchup, particularly because you can build up the Mage Slayer, right? So the Sunstrike Invoker or the Agent of Galaron Invoker isn't going to be as effective.
I don't feel like I see a lot of Mage Slayer and Ember Spirits anymore. I see like maybe they go for a Vessel into like Ag Scepter, things like that. Yule's Beak maybe, or occasional BKB, but I rarely see Mage Slayer.
But it wouldn't be that bad in this game, right? You even have the Finger of Death on the other side, the Pugna. It's Nigma Galaxy are building around spellcasters quite a bit, and in this game, it's the Ember Spirit doesn't have to do the heavy lifting in terms of damage. They have a Timber Saw and they have a Faceless Void.
Phoenix, they need one of three heroes: Sky, Snap, or Phoenix itself. All of them could work really well with the Faceless Void. They ban a Monkey King though. Unusual. Is it? Are they thinking this Ember is a 4?
You remember when we were casting South America, I think a month ago, we had that offlane Ember Spirit, which worked out really well, so it certainly can be a hero that can be played in different roles. And this is a Southeast Asian team, right? Essentially. So maybe they can come up with that kind of an adjustment, but I don't think You know, in a game where it decides your placement for the playoffs, going for an experimental pick may not be the way to go about it.
I'll be more blunt than you, honestly. I think you're being very polite. I don't want to see this Ember Spirit support. I think Ember Spirit support in general is relatively weak. You have great combinations with the Faceless Void, Lich, Phoenix, Snap, Skywrath. All these heroes. There you go. Phoenix is gone. All right, one of these three: Skywrath, Lich, or the Snapfire. Which one's it gonna be? Oh, CK support. CK position 4. I think this is gonna be a CK4. And I think Nigma Galaxy. Very, very odd group of heroes on the enemy side.
The only change to the Chaos Knight is that the base damage has been increased to 53. You know, with the max base damage to 73. So there's a bit of a spread, 53 to 73 base damage. So if you do get the new tier 1, which is the random dice, you deal the higher interval. I don't know if how much that affects the game of the Chaos Knight. So who really knows? But I am not too sure about the spec. It will be a mid lane Ember Spirit, a safe lane Dragon, Chaos Knight, and it's actually going to be a support Faceless Void. So is this going to be a time zone Faceless Void rather than that Chronosphere?
Man, I guess it could be, because honestly, I don't think you have much damage in the Chronospheres. Like there's some daggers from Dubu, Chakram. It's not a lot, the damage inside the Chronosphere. He might consider going for time zone on Febby. Very interesting pick. The Faceless Void did get... It's a change, but I see it as a buff. With time dilation, automatically applying 1 stack naturally, which I think is a very nice thing for the ability.
Although the Primal Beast just seems such a good hero against the Chaos Knight. Once you get to that Aghanim Scepter or even Shiva's Guard, you know, the Primal Beast will just destroy all of the illusions of the Chaos Knight. So even the Pulverize, you just grab someone up, the AoE damage coming out from that is also going to be significant. Not to mention, you have Isla, and usually because of the Chaos Knight's Phantasm and when you use your Chaos Strike on the other on anyone you target, that Earth Spike will usually stun up every single one of the Chaos Knight illusions, right? Because of how closely grouped up they are. So it seems like they have answers to MP.
Yeah, like a decent amount of AoE damage, as you mentioned, decent amount of control. I'm more excited about the Febby Faceless Void, honestly. Watching it, I'm like, okay, it doesn't seem like it would work with these heroes. It's a support. Like, Phoenix is really stretching their draft to a very, very, to the breaking point at this point. Now, let's see, Nigma Galaxy, together, but not sure if they're gonna smoke yet, or they're waiting for someone to walk into them.
How are they going to set up for their Sunstrikes? Is it just the Lion, or is it the Pulverize? What exactly is the game plan there?
Pulverize is very hard, because when you Sunstrike, you're not exactly sure where he is, because they're moving up and down, and he's kind of moving them like towards him. I feel like I've seen a lot of Mystic Flares miss, so I think that's... The Earth Spike is way more reliable.
Let's see though, because it doesn't exactly feel like a perfect Invoker game, if I'm being honest. There's a lot of control on Phoenix's side, and if you are able to catch the Invoker, he should end up going down. Febby should have the Time Walk. Glad he used it before Isla threw out the stun, as that might have resulted in him falling. No first blood being drawn by Nigma Galaxy early on. They'll just go ahead to their respective lanes, but I think they came out ahead with the bounty runes.
2 for 2 actually, if I'm not mistaken.
I am a beacon of knowledge.
Alright, what kind of Sunstrikes can he give us this game? Because in the previous game, the power shots, they were good. Those were some good power shots, love to see it. Now it's Sunstrike. Can you... As you mentioned, it's not going to be the easiest thing. Maybe he's going to have to throw out those Sunstrikes as people are running away and hope they land.
Does seem like the power shot is a lot easier to actually land than the Sunstrike is. but you can, you have quantity of Sunstrikes because it's a global spell. So it's a bit of an argument of quality over quantity at the end, as the first one will be used to secure that range creep. But over on this bot lane, Isla, he's falling pretty low. He's gonna get hit by the stun from MP, and Dubu will draw first blood. It's Nigma Galaxy who will have the disadvantage on their off lane.
One of the things about the Lion, right? You pick him, you think, okay, I'm gonna do this and this, but he's so squishy. If you're out of position for just a little bit, Lion will, instantly die. Do you like Lion as a hero?
I do. It's one of my most played supports.
Oh, I see.
Only because of the mana drain.
I was thinking that this shows that you're a core player, because Lion on paper seems so simple, right? Stun a area, stun person, drain person, kill person. Those are my spells.
Yeah, I love stacking up the Finger of Death kills. I mean, it's just so annoying to play against the Lion, especially if he maxes out his mana drain.
Yes.
And in this lane against a Timbersaw, if you max your mana drain and just make sure the Timbersaw is on very little mana, well, he's not exactly in the lane with the Timbersaw, but still, if he was, it would have been difficult for the Timbersaw to do much. Right now, it's a Lion who is struggling again and again. Isla might just end up going down twice, but throws out an Earth Spike that will make sure MP can't continue with the chase. It's actually QO who needs to be safe here.
Well, we still haven't seen a Sunstrike, by the way, or at least a Sunstrike kill. He's used it once on the creeps, and that's about it. As the offlaners are struggling, Mind Control, not an easy lane for him up against this Ringmaster CK. Same thing for Forev.
3-minute Lotus is going to spawn, and I think it should go the way of Phoenix. They have perfect control of their safe lane. At the same time, Templar Assassin does seem to have the most lost hits in the game, although it's not anything too significant.
I want to see how Forev builds this Faceless Void. Alright, if I was going to ask you, support Faceless Void, build him for me. How much would you buy?
I think a drums into... I would take the time zone first and foremost. Drums, boots of endurance, maybe a solar crest. Just enable your Chaos Knight when you do throw out the time zone. Because it's not as if Nigma Galaxy can escape the time zone too easily. Only the Primal Beast can.
Oh. And speaking of Primal Beast, taking a lot of damage here.
Is gonna be held back by MP, but should be able to make his way back to his tier 1 tower, although he's only at about 200 HP now, so he'll probably be pressured, pushed back, can't find too much farm. And in fact, the little farm he does have is not a whole lot. 9 CS, 2 denies.
I did like your point earlier. I think that if you go drums, boots of bearing, that might be a very nice build for the Faceless Void MP.
Once again, Mind Control, it does seem like he wasn't able to find the recovery. This will be a kill. Dubu will once again draw it. Even Isla is going to be the second target. Dubu ends up with a killing spree, 3-1 on the kill feed, as Weeha ends up taking out QO once again. He is off to a blazing start on that mid lane.
Yes, but Mind Control is really struggling.
Weeha! He just Sunstriked MP!
I was wondering when he's going to do that. I was like, MP's pretty low. Is he going to get it as damage? Not enough, and they're not going to chase into a tier 2 for Timbersaw. This Timbersaw's got no reactive armor. That spell was nerfed by a decent amount, actually.
This is pretty much going to be Weeha against Phoenix, isn't it? With the way the things are going. Yawmer is doing pretty well, though. Can he? No, he can't. He can't close the distance, but it's actually Weeha who ends up taking QO out. How is he finding kills against the Ember this many times? As even that offlane for Nigma Galaxy that was off that shaky start has now recovered.
I mean, Weeha is doing a really good job, and they do get a kill on Dubu bottom lane as well, so Nigma all of a sudden ahead in the kill score. And top lane, I'm really impressed with how they're harassing Forev. Maybe, not taking reactive armor was a mistake in the end.
As the Timbersaw only has, I'll have to hold that point. Ringmaster Dubu once again in danger. It seems like Nigma Galaxy have scaled up with their levels, as even Nagato comes towards this bot lane. Mind Control may be in danger as MP tries to take him out, but the Earth Spike coming in from Isla, he will deny that chase. And as MP goes down, Nigma Galaxy have not only recovered Otomo, they're actually now ahead.
The Primal Beast is so tanky. You know, when you're playing against him, you think, oh, maybe I can beat him, but he's 4.3 strength gain, one of the highest base strength in the game. I'm pretty sure he's at like over 1,000 health already. So, Phoenix, you gotta find a way to ignore him. You can't just aim for the guy.
You really can't. It's especially not when you see a Pugna coming. And this is the problem with the Lion as well. He makes chases so impossible. It's two disables, two very simple disables. It's you know, instant cost time hex. Earth Spike is such a high cost range.
You also get the slow coming out from the mana, sorry, from mana drain, and that means you also don't have mana. So suddenly you're chasing, you're like, okay, I'm just gonna throw a spell, but your spell's gone because you can't use it.
And the longer you chase, you know, it's so difficult to calculate how much mana you'll have, depending on how much chase you have to go for.
It doesn't have any mana drain though for Ayla, which is a bit unusual. However, a hex here from Q. Oh, perfect stun.
Perfect stun coming about, like you mentioned. I think you said it all. QO has no recourse there, and I don't even think they're expecting Ayla to have no mana drain.
Are fortified.
Dagato, by the way, he's level 3 with a 2 points in the blast, but he does have the double damage. Sorry, Amplify damage ruin.
Yeah, you have to get that right, man. You can't mistake the double damage for the Amplify.
Those are two very different things, for sure.
Speaking of, they also changed the power runes, didn't they? I think it's the haste rune, which no longer increases in duration as time goes on.
Yes. And the Invis rune, which used to provide damage reduction. It's like 4% per cycle, starting with like 20% as well. We got fight.
Febby, he comes in from the side. I don't think Nigma Galaxy were expecting this. Meanwhile, QO, he has to find the Remnant forward. He does. Ayla will go down. And Phoenix should have gotten more with that, considering how many heroes they brought in.
They brought 3, right? They get 1 kill on support. They protect the tower. It's reasonable, you know. It's not great, but it's acceptable.
Febby?
Is under attack.
Okay, he'll go back. As it's a 3 for 3 over on the mid lane. Actually, no, it's a 2 for 3. Actually, no, it might just end up with a disadvantage because QO, it's Ayla. He's coming in with the most basic play, but he's somehow able to make it work against Phoenix.
Oh, nice deny.
Tower has been denied.
Well done by Febby. Gets it in the end. He actually tips them. He's like, you guys see that? Did you guys say like, yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I'm afraid he doesn't get the advantage though, as his mid laner died. He should never have had to deny the tower in the first place. Mind control towards that bot lane, is going to be using that onslaught to make his escape. Dodges the dagger, nicely done by him as Weeha takes Febby out. Found a bit of revenge for that tip.
I'm surprised with Weeha's item build. He did go for the Hand of Mice first rather than going for a Spirit Vessel. I thought he might want the Spirit Vessel just to fight more. But okay. Hand of Mice, pretty good.
Oh, another Earth Spike, and QO, he's gonna die before the Sunstrike even lands. Febby is going to come in for a counterplay though, as it does seem like Weeha has overextended, overplayed his hand. For Ev though, he'll need to find the chain in. He does. Unstoppable streak going the way of that Timbersaw, and even Ayla is going to get punished. There's no way they're going to let him escape from this position. Timbersaw goes in with the chain. For Ev is there. One more hit onto Ayla will do the trick. Dubu will claim that kill.
Actually, I wanted to pick your brain on something in this game.
Radiant's top tower
Is Hand of Midas better or worse item in this right now? So it no longer gives you EXP, but the cooldown from the item went from 110 to 90 seconds.
But it no longer has an experience multiplier, right? So it does
True.
give you some amount of experience, I'm assuming. Again, it's math, so...
Yeah, it's just not, you know, it used to be like, I don't know, 69%, something like that. It used to be a lot of bonus EXP, now there's no more. Is that better or worse?
I think the Dominator would have been better, but even the Dominator bounty has been decreased so much. So now you're kind of picking the worst of both options rather than, you know, the better of both options. But I suppose it's okay. I think for the Invoker, gold might be better for with the Midas.
Okay.
Meanwhile, bot lane, Polarize comes out. Wheel of Wonder goes out in response, but it's not
Oh,
enough
what
as
Chrono.
Febby comes in with a Chronosphere. It's not the time zone, and that means QO can't do anything. Finger of Death to take Febby out as QO, he's all alone. The Timbersaw will come in to provide some support, but another Earth Spike found on 2. It will mean that Phoenix will end up losing this team fight. In fact, they're going to lose their entire team. As soon as that escape act wears off, the Jester
What?
is going to be the last one to fall.
Buying back. Okay, we get
comes in with the buyback, but instantly gets hexed. This is a disaster. Will be able to find the remnant forward. So at the very least, he
No
will
remnants?
find a kill for his troubles, but he does not have a remnant. Seems like he got his emotion. He let them get the better of it. QO will end up going down as the onslaught comes in. He only needs one more hit to actually fall, but Nigma Galaxy may not be able to find it because their heroes have respawned and they will be coming back into this fight. Weehaw trying to make his escape but will not be allowed it for F to end up with a double kill, and turns out QO, who came in with a buyback, may have been a bit hot-headed, but he made it work.
It's in the end, it was Nigma Galaxy who were thinking they just kept. It was so close to get the kill on the Ember Spirits, right? Like the charge was a tiny bit longer. He might have connected to QO, brings him down, but that just doesn't happen. They lose 3 people at the end, both of their supports and the Invoker. You're very happy for Phoenix in that situation. However, check out the economy of this Ember to the Invoker. He's 3,000 gold behind.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's not a good look considering you had to also had buyback, right?
Yes.
And you only found a support kill. It would have been different if you found cores and you also lose your tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It does feel like Nigma Galaxy are getting the better of Phoenix, and you also have to consider that this will be a pretty good Desolator timing for Yawar too. I believe it might just be his entire Desolator coming in because he has 7,000 net worth, and I'm taking a look at his items. They don't equate to 7,000.
No, for sure. Yawar, he's caught though.
Wheel of Wonder comes out as Yawar will be dragged back by MP. They will be able to secure the kill on him as even Weehaw is going to be in trouble. Rooted by the searing chains as Febby will time walk forward. The ice wall, surely Weehaw doesn't get away from this. Ghost walk, but he will self-use himself. That will actually be his own demise.
I think he had to self-use to remove the dagger effect. He was like, I think I'll die from this. So, unfortunately, they kept chasing. They go up to the high ground. They see him. They're like, all right, we'll just kill this guy then. Mind control. I don't feel like I've seen him since that bomb lane fight. A little bit quiet in the last couple of engagements.
He doesn't have much farm. Sure, he's more farmed up than the Ember Spirit, but he really does need his Blink Dagger. They need the jump in. Meanwhile, Forev is actually in a pretty good spot, Atomo. He has the Kaya, so he does have a lot of damage coming in.
But what does Febby have? Oh! Febby's dead.
Is dead. Life Drain comes out on towards QO as the rest of Nigma Galaxy turns out they want to fight, or at least it's this ancient camp they don't want Phoenix to take. A Pulverize comes out on towards Dubu. He will end up going down as this ancient camp, that's what they really came in for.
2-for-1 trade, favoring Nigma, getting both of their supports, losing only the Lion. By the way, if you notice it, Phoenix, they actually have the more farm support of the 2 teams, which is rather unexpected.
Chaos Knight MP, he's gonna be in trouble. Ooh, Tornado is going to miss, as that will mean MP lives to fight another day. Nigma Galaxy, their supports are under farmed at the moment. It's surprising considering that the Lion has gotten those Finger of Death kills.
Not on my watch.
And Pokna is a good farmer in general, right? Any camp you go to, 2 Nether Blasts is more than enough, but they're just prioritizing giving everything to Weehaw and Yawar.
Do you think that
like
Faceless Void was a well-adjusted pick considering? I mean, I'm trying to think about what he's offering his team or what he will offer in the future.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's the problem that I looked at. I was like, Chrono is always good. Like, if you land a 5-man or Chrono, you're still going to get a couple of kills out of it no matter what. It's always a good spell. But there's really no combination to it. I think they tried too hard to make this this Faceless Void work. Febby? He's like, who can I get? Nagato's here. They should be able to guess where he is. He'll reveal himself. There you go.
They'll be able to take him out. Ooh, Dubu's Whiplash deals a fairly high amount of damage. Meanwhile, Pepe will drop down that Chronosphere on top of the Primal Beast, but he is still able to stay alive. He will onslaught forward, and that will actually mean the end of the Ember and the Timber Saw, as even an
What a
Earthspike
stun.
comes out by Isla and a Finger of Death to secure that last kill. Surely that was not worth it or expected by Phoenix.
The tower stays alive as well. Oh dear. Nigma, like, and the chrono, it was kind of whatever, right? I think he throws out the chrono, it kind of touches the Primal Beast. It's like, is that a big deal?
I think what they were expecting was that there were more teleports coming in with the Primal Beast. So the Chrono would have got multiple heroes in, but to their dismay, there wasn't anyone else there. The rest of their team came in through the gate. Or I'm not sure if it was the gate, but there was no one else caught in the Chrono.
Yep. Maybe they thought that if we chrono him, we could just kill him and walk out, which was, you know, if you're a support, you can do that. You just throw a big spell, try to get a kill on anyone, it's worth it, but not enough. And I like when he throws the chrono and you see the Faceless Void attacking, and you're like, dude, you're literally healing the
Dire's
guy.
bottom tower is under attack.
We may come to a point where the Lion, because of how many kills he's been getting, Isla will eventually have that Aghanim Scepter, you know, and which destroys the Chaos Knight. Or it doesn't destroy him, but is one of those really good support pickups against a core Chaos Knight.
Yeah,
so
but I think Shiva's God and Primal and an Acceptor are more impactful. You're just saying you want the Lion to get an Acceptor because you're a greedy core.
yeah,
Cosplaying as a support.
pretending.
It's like, you ain't real support. Real supports gets Blink, and then like Aether Lens or Glimmer. We don't
I
go
wonder
for
how many
those.
Finger of Death casts Isla had. I think it should be 4, if I've been keeping correct track of it.
He's been involved in a few for sure. I was thinking more like 2, but could be 4.
We'll settle with 3. Weehaw?
2. There's MP.
This could be a mistake though, because the Void as well as the Ringmaster, both of them are here. So Weehaw,
Scanning.
he doesn't have enough information to make that play, I think. And with Dubu revealing his position, I think Weehaw will realize that he does not want to make the play.
Oh, okay. So it's an urn into a blade mail for the Faceless Void. The blade mail is interesting, right? You take a, you blade mail, take a bit of damage, time walk, you're back to full health. That's not too bad.
At the same time, are they really targeting the Faceless Void with their abilities?
Nah. It seems like he dies last, he gets his chrono off, they don't really care.
Oh, simultaneous initiation on towards that MP, as he will be able to get his Phantasm out and dish out significant damage. Escape hack comes out by Dubu, it will keep MP alive. Nigma Galaxy, despite of coming in with a flashy play, they weren't able to come out with the advantage.
Okay. ZK, a little bit too durable. Even with the Sunstrike on top, they didn't have a Finger. That was the only thing. If they had Finger, he would have been dead for sure, but a little bit awkward timing for them. And this Roche is taking forever.
Yeah, but I wonder if Phoenix don't know this is happening. Surely not, because there are 2 heroes from Nigma Galaxy down, and if they knew there was a Roche play, they would have taken this 5v3 fight. But now Yavor will end up with the Aegis. Nigma Galaxy are going to respawn and immediately teleport towards that top side where a fight has already brewed up. Isla will be safe thanks to that life drain coming in from the Pugna. Meanwhile, a
Chrono!
4-man Chronosphere, 3-man rather, but it's enough. However, the Pulverize comes out on top of the Ember, and everyone from Nigma Galaxy is still going on strong. The Primal Beast Mind Control goes on forward. He may have been hit with a silence, but they have dealt the damage. Earthspike comes out by Isla on towards Febby, and he will end up going down 3 for nothing despite of that beautiful Chronosphere.
Oh, they almost killed Dubu, but he walks through the gates and he's gonna be fine. Oh man, I don't think I've seen a chrono. I feel like that was a 4-man chrono, where the team that gets chrono loses. I mean, I'm sorry, wins the fight right after. You're like, 4-man chrono? That's usually a victory, right? They're like, nah, not with this lineup where we have nothing to combo with.
Especially since it was a 4-man Chronosphere where none of your allies were actually caught inside. So
Yes.
you had You know, you had everything that you could have thrown out. The only problem is, like you mentioned, no follow-up. So what do you throw on top of it?
Oh,
Meanwhile, mid lane, Ember Spirit able to remnant away, but cannot stop the Primal Beast from charging on in. Weehaw will pick up the kill as another Earth Spike found on Febby. Void Spirit, or rather the Faceless Void, will be able to make it out, but this is not looking good for Phoenix. This is a 10,000 lead at the 21-minute mark by Nigma Galaxy. This age is down strong, and if begs the question, Atomo, if you land a 4-man Chronosphere and you can't do or take a single hero out, not even a support, what chance do you have of staying in this series?
very little. Very little. I'm wondering, like, what can you do? What can you get that'll give you some damage inside? MP's dead. Looks like Mind Control was able to jump him down with Weehaw. Like an Aghanim Scepter on Ringmaster with that AoE, daggers. That's nice. Maybe Shard on Ember, so you can throw remnants in that do fire damage. It's just so limited, no matter what you do.
Really, as I look, he will go down, but I wonder how many core kills Phoenix have actually gotten outside of that early dating phase. It's even the Timber saw Forev, one shot by Yaver. And now Phoenix are just stuck, confined to their high ground, boxed in what seems to be a prison of their own making.
Why didn't they take... they took last pick CK. I mean... They overcooked with that one. It's like, alright guys, we're cooking something good. Alright, now let's add eel. You're like, really? We're adding eel? Yes, eel. Oh, that doesn't seem like an eel dish.
It's like you're trying to make octopus, except you end up killing the octopus. And then you realize, well, octopus are meant to be, swarming around.
Yes. And then this one, Phoenix are so behind. Well, look at MP's net worth. It is 5,000 behind the TA and the Invoker.
And Chaos Knight, despite seemingly like a hero that can have a comeback mechanism, really does not like to play from behind.
I would say so, yeah. CK, it's a lot of like number stuff that he has. No, number stuff. That's a good way to describe it as. Oh, speaking of number stuff.
That was just the Lion, but it's a 3-man Tornado, a 3-man Chaos Meteor, and a 3-man Deafening Blast. It's actually going to clean up the Chaos Knight as well as the Ringmaster, and yet another Chronosphere. It's a good one by Febby, but he's caught his own allies inside of it. Despite of that, though, Ferev will come in with a kill, but it's actually Weehaw who will be able to take Ferev out as he falls. Febby won't be able to make it on the other side, or rather on his own side of the map. 4 kills for what was just the 2 that Phoenix found.
They're going to go high ground, try to do some damage on this. I love that the Chrono comes out on the Invoker, and the team is like, well, what do we do now? We can't even hit him. There's going to be the tier 3 dropped. Nigma Galaxy going for their first set of barracks, but Phoenix gonna respawn fairly soon. Trying to delay here. This melee barracks a little bit too risky. They decide to call it off.
I mean, they can always come back for it later, right?
Yes.
It's not as if they're pressed for time. It's not even as if their lineup starts scaling off in comparison to Phoenix. Nigma Galaxy do have the stronger late game lineup.
Maybe. I mean, Chronosphere is always pretty strong. So...
But that's a core of Chronosphere you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
This one has a Urn and a 4-staff.
Alright, maybe he's gonna plan eventually to transition into a core Faceless Void. That's why.
So you mean all Phoenix really need is 50 more minutes?
Yes. And then you're gonna go up against a farmed Febby with Molineer, Butterfly, Mask of Madness. Nigma Galaxy will rue the day they gave him Faceless Void.
I think there's a better chance if they ask Nigma Galaxy nicely to just surrender this game and take it to a game 3. Because right now it doesn't seem like their chances fare all too well. It's a pulverize on towards MP. He will be able to throw out that stun, but the rest of his team are not going to be so lucky. Forev is going to be taken out. And every single time Phoenix see Nigma Galaxy charge in at them, all they can really do is tuck tails and run.
They're out fighting them heavily on Nigma Galaxy, which is insane to watch. Refraction dispels, you're going to be able to remove the chains, the urn, the time dilation. It's a very nice talent for your war this game.
Data is available for Yobber, as these towers, they end up falling really quick. He only has about 10 Desolator stacks, by the way, so only 5 kills being found with the Desolator. But it seems as if Yobber has been snowballing considering how much he has farmed up. 278 lost hits as well.
He's got Alacrity on him, though. That adds quite a decent amount of damage. All right, here we go. Maybe last fight.
MP goes in, but yet another tornado for that disruption. It's a cataclysm that will take forever out, as it is the Ember Spirit got in that backline. Another great Chronosphere coming in by Febby, but just no follow-up for Phoenix. They're on their last legs, and even then, it seems like their legs are being broken apart. Nigma Galaxy will be able to acquire the second lane of Barracks, and I don't think there's anything left that Phoenix can do.
Yep, every Chrono is a 4-man. Every time they've got no damage. You just look at it, you're like, well, that was fun. I wonder if Nigma Galaxy also don't even care about being Chrono. They're like, let's just stick together, guys. What's he gonna do to us? Oh,
Still, yet another fight, though this time there will not be a Chronosphere. In fact, there is not going to be MP either. It is Febby's buyback, but Yobber, he wants the big prize. He wants the upper brackets. He can see it.
you can smell
They're
it.
just right around the corner. As Mega Creeps have been acquired, and really, I don't think that Phoenix can even fight against Mega Creeps. It's Forev who will go in, but he has to try to run. Much to his dismay, he will just fall, as even the Ember Spirit cannot do a single thing. It's just the supports left, as Phoenix will recognize the state of the game. It is impossible task to contest against Nigma Galaxy here. They will simply call GG, as Nigma Galaxy will sweep Phoenix under the rug and will be your 4th qualifying team to the upper brackets of Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025.
Yep, it was just a normal day in the office for Nigma Galaxy. As I think in both games, Phoenix just cooked up a really odd draft, trying too hard, and especially in game 2 where we're like thinking this is just not it at all. Meanwhile, Nigma Galaxy, I really like what we had in game 1. Game 2 a little bit quieter. It's like, okay, I'm gonna step back. Mind control on the Primal Beast was doing some serious work, and yeah, just very, very nice finish there for Nigma. As you can see, this is, I feel like this is the series in general that Weeha got 30 kills. Yeah. So it's 30 kills for Weeha, 21 assists, 5 deaths. On the other side, it's 7, 20, and 15 for QO. Absolutely bodied in this matchup.
Yeah, and even in the previous one, it's it just seems like Weeha. Rather, even when you take a look apart from Weeha, sure, the offlane wasn't going well, but they even found their recovery. Everyone from Nigma Galaxy came together. Certainly did seem like they did their homework. Meanwhile, this is the overall group stage that we saw. From tomorrow onwards, it will be the playoffs. We do have our qualifying teams. For the teams that, dropped down and to the lower brackets of the playoffs very early on, like teams like E7, still, there is a chance of a comeback. They can make their way through despite of not having as much experience, and at the very least, they can just have their fun with this. But Otomo, is there any matchup in particular you thought did not go as expected?
This one, I thought that Team Phoenix was going to do much better, honestly. Then I was like, okay, Team Phoenix, yeah, it's Febby, it's Dubu, it's, but then they play and you're like, not quite. So that was a little bit unfortunate to see.
We do have our playoff brackets ready for you. We know who the upper bracket teams are going to be. I believe it is Nigma Galaxy, who are the most recent qualification. Meanwhile, Vikings qualified much earlier alongside Team Win, who did beat Nigma Galaxy. But it will be Vikings playing against Nigma Galaxy in the upper brackets. Win will be playing against TpaBoTeam in the second upper bracket match in the semi-finals for the winners bracket. The winner of those will go towards the winner finals. Meanwhile, in the lower brackets, there is a chance for elimination, as the single series will decide it. Paper Tigers will be going against Legends Rebooted. Meanwhile, Phoenix will be going against E7. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, see what we have in store for us. It will be Paper Tigers versus Legends Rebooted and Team Phoenix versus E7. We're going to start it off with the lower bracket, and then we will top off the day with the winner bracket semi-finals with Vikings versus Nigma Galaxy first, and then later on with Win versus TpaBoTeam.
A win there at the upper bracket for either of the two teams at the later two matches gives you guaranteed top 3, which is pretty huge. Puts you right up very deep into that green zone. So that is going to be a very impressive thing. I'm looking forward to the Nigma Galaxy versus Vikings match more. I think that one is going to be insane. They look evenly matched. Win versus TpaBoTeam. I'm gonna go with Win on that one. But you're doing the lower bracket. Which two teams do you think are advancing, Toltris?
I think it's the first time we'll be seeing Paper Tigers versus Legends Rebooted in the tournament, right? It kind of feels like a repeat of the Immortal Cup that was held in China, with the Chinese legends playing against each other. I'm really interested to see what happens there. Meanwhile, Phoenix versus E7, I think, will be a one-sided affair, but I really do hope the Emirati representation is able to put up a really good fight, maybe even come up with an upset. But Tomo, I think regardless, this is the stage at which all of these teams will have to give it their very best.
Yep, but we want to thank you guys all for tuning in, everyone. This is the end. There's no more Dota here, but we had our fun. We're going to come back to you tomorrow with 4 series. I'm Atomo. Joining me is Toltris, and on behalf of production, thank you all for tuning in.
We're here to win. Let the best win.